Guten Tag.
Okay, and Rick's not going to be here today. He might be joining remotely, Zoom or the conference call they have out here.
I guess I'm gonna have to answer the conference call too. Turn it on to work.
Just there's little rings, you'll just hit answer and that's it.
We'll
Is
see.
that always in here? I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's been over here.
Okay.
Since we got our new phone system, it's been in here.
Nice. Okay, is everyone ready to start?
Yeah.
You need another minute? You good?
Sure.
Are you sure? Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. It is 8:10 a.m. It is March 26, 2024, and it is our strategic planning workshop. Lori, can I get roll call?
Mayor Young,
Here.
Vice Mayor Brandon,
Here.
Councilmember Sartori, Councilmember Painter,
Oops.
He's here, he
There you
just
go.
stepped
Sorry.
out.
Councilmember Bradford,
Here.
Wait for Patrick to get back. Sneeze. Drink more coffee.
What was the title? Huh?
be right back.
Did you guys have a good spring break?
Yeah,
Yeah.
good show and
Jason, did you guys hear you didn't really have a spring break, or did you take spring break last week?
Yes, kind of.
Yeah.
I think homeschool also.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so they do just line up with all their friends.
yeah.
There's a lot of mix in, between church and King's Academy and everybody.
Yeah.
So it's to line it up, and like my 13-year-old did a little mission trip,
Oh, nice.
and then my 18-year-old came home from college, and like they bring their friends from up north to do the boat and the beach and
Oh,
everything.
yeah. Yeah, that's good.
It's a different kind of spring break, I guess.
Yeah.
any break is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very true.
It's like adults need to start taking more breaks.
Well, look, you feel like the difference between the whole town when there's a break. Everyone's on a different attitude.
Yeah.
You know?
That's vacation mindset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom, did you take spring break?
Yeah.
I know you're retired, but you should take a break. You do keep
It's awful
busy.
long.
He keeps busy though.
Yeah, I've been on spring break for like 3 or 4 years now.
You take the kids in or not?
So we were all supposed to go to Seattle, and then I don't think it was less than 12 hours before our flight, I decided I wasn't going just for my back surgery, still kind of recovering. Didn't want to push it because it's a very long trip. But we gave Ashton you can stay home with mommy or go with daddy, and she went with him. So they had a great daddy-daughter trip. And it was tough. I missed them. I was a little jealous. They had beautiful weather out there, which is really rare for this time of year. So
Don't worry, she wasn't completely alone.
I had Dunny. Dunlap was home with me, my dog. He was so happy about it too. He's like, yes.
A little time with the fur babies is always very
He was very happy
therapeutic.
about it. So.
They do so much better in that one-on-one attention.
Oh yeah.
Well behaved all of a sudden.
He really does. So I try to make it a little staycation and try to take a break myself. But I'll be there next time.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick, I called the meeting to order already. My
Okay.
apologies. I
No, that's
space. Just real quick, kind of housekeeping. We're not going to take scheduled breaks or anything. So we'll take a break for lunch, but otherwise, you have to use restroom, get a snack, water, coffee. Just get up at your pleasure to do that. So, all right, and with that, Jeremy, I'll hand it over to you.
All right, the last, we'll say 3 years, we've been doing a strategic plan on an annual basis. Right around this time, we do a workshop. Starting last year, we brought in Dr. Herb Marlowe to do this workshop and help us prioritize this. I know he's reached out and made some phone calls. You guys have had conversations with him. Last month, we gave a review of our strategic plan where we currently sit. So we took our current plan, kind of gelled it into the format we used last year to come up with some initiatives and priorities for the village council. And so in front of you guys in your packet, you have what Dr. Marlowe and I have put together just for, I guess, discussion purposes and to help us guide this conversation. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Marlowe, and he will help facilitate our discussions. This document is a very good document for you guys to have conversation and prioritize, but also it's a very good document for us for me to help budget and prioritize the budget items in the coming months. So with that, turn it over to Mr. Marlowe.
Herb, please. Be informal if we can. Well, you've got the document in front of you, and let me just sort of touch on the process for today. I want to go through each of these items and just have a conversation. Ask Jeremy questions, background if you need to, express your thoughts about it. Just want to get a sense of the council. And we'll have a format where you have an incoming official here, so I'll encourage you to conversations on this if you would.
Thank you.
And we also have the rating form. Does everybody have that also?
Is that part of this packet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you get a number of, just make sure we're all, yeah, that's it. As we go through, I'm going to ask you to prioritize today, and so the moment you're going to get 3 A's. 3 A's are your highest priority. Out of this whole list, you get 4 B's, that's your next highest priority. Get as many C's or no's as you want. No means you don't want to do the item, and if 3 of you say no, then it's off the strategic plan. And you give more weight to the A's and B's, catching up the score. And my goal today is to try to get through the conversation by around noon before we break for lunch. That gives us time to tabulate, come back, review the results, have a great discussion. Plan. We'll try to get to that schedule. But I don't want to delay anybody too much. But what you have in front of you is a combination of a strategic plan. You know, it takes several years to roll out. Y'all got a lot accomplished last year, and there were a lot of strikeouts on last year's plan. And anytime you get it done, you take it off. So, but there are things, you know, being government, you just don't get done in 1 year. So you get started, you make some progress, etc. So we have a number of things from the prior year that are still being worked. And we have some new things. And Jeremy, the color coding oranges.
Yeah, so the orange is just maybe a note or some, like a question that maybe we need to just have the discussion about in orange. Green was kind of like, hey, things are going well, or we're, you know, in my opinion, we're trending in the right direction. Blue was some of the newer items that have come up in either Herb's discussion or staff that we can have a discussion. Doesn't necessarily mean it's in. And none of this necessarily means they're in. I guess it'll depend on the prioritization. So I think those are the three additional colors that we have on there.
What was orange again?
Orange is just a note that I had made after I looked at what Herb had a conversation with you guys about, and what our strategic plan is. A note that I had that let's have a discussion about it, just so maybe give staff more direction, or let's just, you know, decide where we want to be. And so it's kind of prompting a question for you guys.
Okay.
Okay, so that'll be sort of our format. And we'll go through, and then after the beginning, we'll try to cover those after we get through everything here. So, any questions about process?
If there is something that is not on this list, can it be brought up for consideration, and then we would like write it in if we decide we want to rank
I'd
it?
like to do that is, I'd like to do it by goals. So after we've had the discussion of the objectives of this goal, anything else under this goal, so figure out which goal is. Also, goals are multi-year, so they don't really change. But if you come to a point where you don't have any more objectives to go on that goal, well, it's done. But that doesn't change very, very fluid. It shouldn't, because goals review more than ability. The objectives come off as they get done. So yes, absolutely. And what we will do is that we have that, we will modify this form if y'all decide to add something, so we can add it on there. So this will be our first draft. We'll have another one that you'll actually vote on. But use this one to take notes. Okay, so let's go to the first goal, which is, you can see it on the screen. You have that maintain current civil level services, level operational lectures. The first objective, and I'm going to turn to Jeremy just to briefly explain the objective. So, Jeremy, can we talk to this one quickly?
Sure. The transition to business liaison position. We've talked about this previously. Starting back 2 or 3 years ago, I guess probably 3 years ago we started the conversation, but we developed this business liaison position. The idea was to increase communication for businesses, try to mitigate the impact of the bridge. As now the bridge is kind of full bloom. We're talking about November 1st having that bridge back open, really transition as business liaison position. I think there's still a need for it, but really try to structure it more like Jupiter or North Palm have their business relations position, which is more not necessarily special events and promotions, still communicating with businesses, but really helping new businesses or business through our permitting process, be the liaison, the contact. If there is a multi-agency, discussion that business needs to have, maybe they're having issues with Palm Beach County or something, this business liaison person will be able to help through that. And so really just transition the responsibilities. The person will be the same. And so just wanted to, it's really more of a discussion. I don't know that I don't know if I'd waste an A or a B on it, but make sure that we're all just having a discussion about, that's where we want to go. And so that was staff driven that I put on there, just to have the discussion, make sure everybody's okay with moving forward with that one.
Any response or questions that you made about that, taking that position in that direction?
November, it goes to the bridge goes to 2 lanes, or it's?
November 1st.
Way.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Where is the business liaison currently stationed? Where-
It's NARA. It's through the building department right now. And I think we've had like shop VOT, which I think we still have, but doing the receipts and some of the stuff that we try to just promote those. I mean, we're getting very, very little like participation. I mean, the businesses don't share any of the stuff that we've done. So I think we can still like really promote the idea of shop VOT and that brand and really push that. But as far as having somebody out there, like, let's do, collect your receipts, and if you get any receipts, then you get to turn in and try to collect prizes, and, I don't know that that's really a good use of our, of staff's time for that, at least especially now that we're transitioning back to, full. I think the idea was good at first, but, I don't know that the staff time, it justifies it.
And what's the lady's name that was original?
Tessa, yeah.
Is she in rec now?
She's in rec, yeah.
So it sounds like the position that you would like this to be is more of, I'm thinking like more of a public relations, marketing kind of a helper, or
I would say more of a permit building type of person. Like new business comes in, they want help with a business tax receipt or, how to navigate a permitting process, they will help with that. And so more that than, promote an event and, get involved and, collect donations and not that, if that makes sense, which is what we've been.
This is a facilitator type role.
Right, exactly. And that's the way that Jupiter has it. That's the way the North Palm has it. I don't know that every city, I know that not every city has a position like this. It's really few and far between. But if I was going to stand up to this position or have this position, it'd be very close to what Jupiter or North Palm has, which is facilitating that discussion throughout the building and planning department.
Well, when someone, go ahead.
Other communities also call that an ombudsman person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ombudsman person.
But it would seem to me that the ladies that are behind that desk there could actually help people do that, walk them through. I don't know.
Well, I'm thinking more if you have an issue, like if you're having trouble getting food and beverage, like our FDLE or something like that, and you have an issue, like come talk to Nara. She can help facilitate, work you through some of the problems, versus what they do is really help just the permitting. If you want to apply for a permit, they're gonna help you through the permit. But if you run into any snags, or when you get here, if you're a new business, Nara will reach out to you, let's get you on the contact list. Let's make sure you're getting, the up-to-date information. How do you sign up for the code red? All those things to really communicate with businesses. And so
Is it a full-time position, or is it like duties are split between, 50% for what you're talking about, 50% for other things?
Yeah, it'll be, she'll have other responsibilities besides just the business liaison position.
Okay. If you think you need it, I'm okay. I just wanted to better understand it.
I think the responsibilities of that are still needed. I think it has shown to be beneficial as far as communication. I think, especially our newer businesses, I've really appreciated us reaching out to them, letting them know there is an avenue for communication. I think some of the newer businesses have been, I guess, pleasantly surprised that we have that much communication, and so I think some of those responsibilities will stay.
So if they do a VOT shop VOT thing, does that person prepare that and give it to Laurie to put on the Friday news, things like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, same thing.
Okay.
No other comments? Let me also
Well,
say.
I will say, I was kind of under the impression we were already transitioning into this. So, like, I would personally just put no on the ranking me, but not because I don't think we should do it. So, how does that work? If I put no, it's not because I don't think we should, it's because I think we're already doing it and it shouldn't be on the plan.
If you don't want to do it, put a no. If you're okay with it, not a priority, just give us C.
Okay.
But I think to her point is like, do we need to put that on our
We can have
strategic
it.
plan? I think is probably her point, and I think I had.
Not necessarily, well, let's do it this way, just so we don't have to get too wrapped up. If you're okay with it, put a C, and if you'll let Jeremy and I make a decision, that really doesn't need to be on the strategic plan, that's now operational.
Yeah.
Operational items don't need to be on the strategic plan.
Right.
Y'all give us the freedom to sort of move out of that if we need to, but I'd like to know you're okay with it, because if you're not okay with it, then we need to have a discussion.
Okay.
I would also encourage y'all as you go through this, anything that's already underway, don't necessarily need to make that a priority. But you're gonna get it. All we want to know is you're okay, and continue to move forward, so.
Okay. And then just echo what Jeremy said. I've received really good feedback from the business community, especially the new businesses, on, the job that Nara is doing and how she's been very helpful. So I think it's working. And you did not send the stats for the last sidewalk sale. That was last weekend or the weekend before?
I haven't yet.
But I know previously Jeremy sent them, and the participation is low, because you have all the stats with Facebook posts and everything, and so I think just take staff's lead if you think you need to change that or anything, because there's going to be a balance of, is it worth staff's time to be doing these things, and we want to continue to always continue to support our local businesses, but if the participation is very, very low, should staff really be doing that? But again, is that strategic or more operations, and just let, Jeremy take the lead and keep us informed, so.
I saw something recently, maybe from the Village Materials, that pretty much indicated TBA, Tequesta Business Associate, was like dying on the vine, so to speak.
Well, it hasn't ever really. So we give you a little history. When we, I don't know, 2, 3. I get my years mixed up. But a couple of years ago, when we were leading up to the bridge, we tried to bring back the TBA, which was pretty much non-existent. And I think Kyle was kind of chaired that committee. I know Molly came to it. We set up. We brought the North Chamber in to help facilitate a discussion. I think the first time we had like 13 businesses that participated. The North Chamber all kind of try to delegate out some responsibilities to bring back, to have discussions, special events, marketing, Tequesta. I think the very next time we had like 7 show up, and then it dwindled down to 4, and then it was down to 2, and then it was just 1 showing up. So we were doing that on a monthly basis. Then we went to quarterly, and then with only 1 business showing up, it's not it's the value's not there. I know that we try to partner with Hope Sound Chamber with that TBA. After they decided to kind of chew on it at the Hope Sound, they said it wasn't beneficial for them. They wanted their businesses to stay in Hope Sound. They didn't want to send them to Tequesta, so they sent us a notice of, hey, thanks, we want to continue to work, but we're not going to partner in this, any longer. So I think the Tequesta Business Association per se is not, I don't know that it really came back, but it hasn't been in effect for a while.
Does the North Chamber do any of these kind of things with the new businesses that are open in the cities and the unincorporated areas north of, say, PGA or North Lakeway, wherever their boundaries are?
I think they try to reach out to the new businesses. Now, whether the businesses want to, jump in and pay pay the membership cost or fees, I don't, we don't get too much involved with that. But I think they're a very good value, in my opinion. But I mean, we don't, we don't promote or market as much as maybe a business would. But I think that would be the value for businesses, would be the North Chamber.
And it's up to the business to invite them for the ribbon cuttings and stuff like that. So it's really up to the business owner.
Yeah.
Let's turn to mobility plan, Jeremy.
One question, one statement on here. Is there a cost to the transition?
No. I think a couple years ago, when we first started funding that position, we were funding $85,000, give or take, salary and benefits out of the general fund, or actually it started out as the ARPA funds. I think the second year we budgeted out of the general fund, and so, or we transitioned away from the general fund. So at this point, there'd be no impact of just transitioning the responsibilities, making sure we're still doing some, but some of those responsibilities, we won't have.
Okay, thank you. One statement, just in the conversation, I've handed about 30 of these to businesses in the last few months. And it's Tequesta Business Highlights. You just scan it and it takes you right to the Tequesta Business Highlights page.
Yeah.
So the business can go right to it. 30 of them, I don't know if you've seen an uptick. I'm guessing you haven't, just for people that aren't using it. I mean, it's fantastic, but I don't know that how people are using it. To go along with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Who created that right there?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Smile.
Ah, there it is. I just wanted to see the mustache, that's all.
We have a non-paid voluntary position to make advertisement stuff.
You're
For
the,
different purposes, but yes.
Congratulations.
you can chair that, you'll chair that committee.
Okay, mobility plan.
Herb, I want to bring something up, if I may. Jason made me think about it when he asked about the impact of the funding on the first item we're talking about. So the overriding thing for me is, when are we going to lose that $500,000 surtax money?
December of 2025 will be the
25.
last.
So the upcoming fiscal year will not be affected by that.
Should not be, no.
All right. Okay. So what? Is it fair to say over the course of the next 2 fiscal years, we need to make adjustments in order to avoid dumping $500,000 in taxation, property taxation, for the residents and property owners of Tequesta?
Tom, if I may, That's one of our objectives.
Is it on
Financial
here?
stability later. so-
Okay.
But that's probably accurate, and I think we need to have that discussion, and I think it's on towards the bottom,
Yeah, the last.
the
So-
financial stability.
So what rang a bell for me was if we're in that kind of boat and a position like this that we're talking about, the business liaison, maybe that's one that would have to go to help get out of the crunch.
Except for this position is right now it's housed in the building department, so it's building fund.
Oh,
So, I don't think we have any general fund revenues, and that's why I think it's important that as we transition, and we kind of started this in October, we transition this position, you know, most of the responsibilities are business related, you know, business, building operations anyways, and so
Yeah.
that way we're not, you know, double dipping or taking out of the wrong funds. I think the responsibilities, most of them fall within the building department, and so, yes, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, I didn't know it was in the building fund. I'm sorry, Herb.
No problem. Let's go to mobility plan.
So mobility plan, you know, 2 years ago, we started trying to lean forward on this, knowing that, you know, the issues with gardens and the mobility funding, you know, when there's an impact fee, that when new development happens, they pay a fee to, I think they pay it to us, and then we turn around and cut a check to Palm Beach County. You know, Gardens basically said, we're not gonna cut that check to Palm Beach County, you know, we have impacts, and we want to keep it in Gardens. And so it started kind of a suit, so to speak, well, not so to speak, a suit. Lake Parks soon adopted a mobility fee and plan. And so we leaned forward trying to get a grant, so that way, if this passed legislation last year, we would be ready or be able to start that. It did not pass legislation, however, this year it did. This year they passed it that only one municipality can collect that impact fee. So if we are wanting to collect this impact fee for mobility, we would need to do a mobility plan, and so that's where this kind of comes in. We have reached out to Treasure Coast Planning Council to do a mobility plan. We also have a meeting scheduled with TPA. They have initially talked about there is some funding that may be able to pay for half of this mobility plan, and so we're kind of leaning forward on this, but I think it's something that we should consider for our strategic plan, and I don't know what priority we put on it, but I think it's something we need to talk about. I don't know how much, you know, until we see a fee and all that, I don't know how much of an impact it's really going to bring as a financial windfall for the village. I think it's going to be minor, because most of those impact fees are for, you know, we're pretty built out, you know, and there's not a lot, there might be some redevelopment, but I don't know that we're going to hit a whole bunch on mobility fees.
Any questions, whether you want to add that as an objective?
Well, I saw what the Florida League of Cities wrote in their summary, and it made me think. It said that like you said, that only one of the entities could collect I think they were referring to transportation impact fees. So my question is, if you take the mobility planning route for us to have a mobility plan, and we want that revenue, however high or low it may be, does that mean that we would be responsible for everything that Palm Beach County does relative to roadways today in the village of Tequesta? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that that it draws it out in that bill. That's something to look into. I'm not sure on the answer to that. It's a great question, and I don't have an answer to that. So I guess your point is, if we have to take on the responsibility of Old Dixie and Beach Road, the maintenance of that, because we're taking on the fee, that maybe we don't want to take on that fee.
Yes, and there's more than that. If you look on their transportation plan documents, if they name a road on it like Old Dixie, they have in the past had Tequesta Drive on it, and they've had Country Club Drive on it. So in theory, if that's what the way it used to be when I was active, that meant that they had to pay to keep that road up, not the bridge on Tequesta Drive Bridge, but for those roadways on their plan.
I haven't seen a document, and my conversation with Doug, the last couple of years, Palm Beach County has submitted their 5-year road plan to us for us to consider, and they've never really allowed us to consider Tequesta Drive or any of the Tequesta roads. It's only been the county road, so I haven't seen a document with Tequesta Drive on there, but I can definitely do more research on that.
I would be in favor of doing a mobility plan and implementing it over time if the cost of losing Palm Beach County impact fee revenue to keep those roads designated by them is minimal. I think we need let me put it that we need a mobility plan for sidewalk, pedestrian and bicycles, no matter what. That's how I feel about it. I'll just say that.
Well, maybe we want to make the statement a little more precise. It's investigate the impacts of the mobility plan, and then determine to move forward if those impacts are acceptable to you.
Yeah, that works for me.
No, I'm sorry, Bart.
No, go ahead.
I thought we already had a sidewalk and street plan laid out for the future. This is a separate mobility impact, but the sidewalks and streets is a different discussion, different plan.
Could be interrelated. I mean, the uses of the mobility, a lot of it's like complete streets, connectivity. So, I think the investigation will be able to pull some of that out to see if those funds can be used for those types of things. So it could be interrelated. I think for the sake, and Herb obviously interviewed you guys, I wasn't part of that, but the sake of the sidewalk plan, I think I think that could still be an initiative separate, just to make sure we're still moving forward with that, but it could be interrelated.
Something I think that, and I don't know if these would be separate or if they could be combined, I think I brought this up at our last workshop maybe, is having a transportation, like long-term transportation vision as well. If, the county it very much appears that they're going to try to put a transportation surtax on the ballot in the next year or two. The transition of it's probably going to be, could possibly be when the infrastructure surtax sunsets, then they, may want to get that out. So, in preparation, obviously it'd have to be approved by the voters, but would we want to have some kind of high level vision there should that transportation surtax go on ballot and pass? So I think, we, especially as a smaller city, I think we're gonna have to really be able to advocate for ourselves to get, funding from that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if those could be combined. They're kind of, transportation and mobility and just have a longer term vision there, or would you keep them separate?
What we could have modified is they develop a high-level transportation vision, and then part of that is investigating the mobility plan, and part of that investigating would that fit with our vision, contribute to it or not. So I think we could broadly objective and narrow it at the same time. Broadly develop a transportation vision, and then investigate the mobility plan as hopefully a tool to help you get there.
Yeah, because in just some context there, the infrastructure surtax, it had like a formula. So, it designated the money. The county got the money, and then there's a formula, and I think was an interlocal agreement, Jeremy? I don't know if you remember, but there was an agreement and a formula. So everyone got their share based on the formula. But legally, the analysis that's out there now is if a transportation surtax was to be approved, it is at the county's discretion for distribution. So it's not a set formula. So again, making sure we have a plan, we can be at the table and try to get funds. That's just legally the, memos, white papers I've seen on that is how the statute is right now.
Don't you think the other cities would want to get their hands on some of that money too?
Of course.
Yeah. So we would be working in conjunction with them to get our share, right? And to convince the county to have a distribution for the municipalities.
I mean, I think the league will have, I would hope some participation there, as you know,
Yeah.
I'm on the board. So,
Yeah.
but I think like we still have to do our, do our part internally.
You need to have your idea.
Yeah.
in place.
Because truly, I mean, at the end of the day, if the league were to get involved, I mean, they'd be looking at each city. The league's not going to do it, right? Each city has to do their own plan. So.
Yeah, I agree with the big picture aspect you're doing, because if you remember, we've had people and companies come in here wanting to do, let's call it large golf cart transportation between the neighborhoods and the business district, and one company wanted to use Tesla EVs to service people on call, and they wanted the city to pay the cost and things like that. But that's part of a transportation plan, and that's, bigger picture. So I think what Herb outlined would be good for us to start looking at it and be ready for things like you're talking about that may come up.
Before we leave this goal, is there anything else? This goal is really about level of service. Doing it well, any other level of service?
Yeah, so just my hesitancy when we talk about partnering with county and surtax and relying on them to help do some of the main roads, even if they're Tequesta roads, because we are supporting the outside traffic coming and going through Tequesta as things around us are developing. So it might not be Tequesta development, but things around us, and then we have to actually support that coming through Tequesta. So I'm all for partnering, but my experience, and I hope they fix in the future, is they don't forget about us, because we do end up having to compete in a very large pool of other municipalities. And again, we're still waiting for county to kind of really help us on Old Dixie too, and that's been years and years. So my concern would be, are they actually going to do something, or are they gonna bump the Tequesta roads on the bottom of the list based on other places? So I would favor us partnering with them, finding some funding, or having a mobility plan, but also having some actual teeth in it to where we get to make the decisions. That way we can make sure that we're taking care of the infrastructure and not waiting for them, and also waiting for other areas that are not as upkept. And that's just, we're gonna be waiting for 30 years then. That's my only hesitancy with that, is definitely some investigation and making sure we have a good foot in the door on that.
Yeah.
Well, I think, Jeremy, do you want to correct me if I'm wrong? I think we are on the county's plan after the bridge is done. Is that official?
We haven't
That was
seen-
our request.
We haven't seen the most recent version of the 5-year road thing, but we do have a request in to do that. I don't think that even like the beach road conversation that said, I know Maria had sent an email. I don't think that's official on the 5-year plan. I think that's when they'll consider it after the bridge is done.
All right, let's go to our next goal, which is infrastructure. And the first item here is Tequesta Park. Obviously, highly used, identified with use of state property. So, Jeremy, can you give us the background on the discussion we need to have?
So I think, council's pretty much up to date that, in the current budget without, a veto from the governor, that we have, we will be receiving $340,000. We have a $250,000 match. I think all of the planning, construction plans, they work it out on like a 10 or 15%, I think it was 10%. From the engineering firm, which is pretty standard to do the construction plans for the $9 million, overall plan for that. And so, our goal was to get all the planning done. And so with only getting half of those funds, we're gonna be, in theory, $340,000 short to do the full construction plan. So I think we need to have a conversation about being prepared to spend another, we can try to value engineer the construction plans, and we're already, we're at 10%. We can try to get them down to, 8 or 9%, but I think there's still gonna be another additional financial impact to that.
Well, we don't have a formal quote yet, though, from any engineering firms.
Mhm.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, that's how we got the number.
I know there was like the overall estimate from Kimley Horn,
That's
but
what
there
we
was an
got.
actual, like, formal proposal for the plans, or, because I think I've just seen the overall estimate. That was like the 9 or 10
That was
million.
that was their proposal. I believe it was a proposal form when we originally did it, and it came out to, you know, it was a estimate of probable cost, and then they gave us an estimate for their fees based off of the estimate of probable cost.
So this objective precisely is for the city to provide the additional funding to complete the plan. Again, on the discussion, you'll rate it later whether you agree or not, so when you come to the conclusion, but let's just understand the items. You would have to provide an additional, perhaps up to $340,000 to complete the planning phase. So that's a topic of discussion.
I don't think it's gonna be done for what, $680,000? So we're, us saying, well, okay, we'll match what the state gives us if they give it to us, we're still short.
We already set 250 aside, right? So we have could get the 340 plus 250, so then we'd have to make the difference.
Right.
Another 90,000, that's it.
No.
No.
No, 340,000, unless we're able to value engineer or get even a different engineering firm to give us a lower price, we have to be careful with bidding, you know, engineering firms, but if we were to get a lower price, but if not, I mean, it's gonna be $340,000 what we need to make up.
Over and above your 250.
Right, over and above the 340 we're getting from the state plus the 250 we have set aside, we are short $340,000 because we only got half from the state.
And so the objective is for you to decide later whether you want to provide additional match
Right.
of 340,000 over and above your current.
Do you have any indication of how long we would have in time-wise to effectuate receiving of the money from the state?
I was originally told a year, but I mean, I'd have to get it from the state or to spend it from the state?
Spend it.
I was told a year originally, but I'd have to get that in writing from somebody.
Yeah.
Let's move on then to the next item.
So have you considered where this additional funding would come from?
I mean, we'd take it out of the CIP, but, you know, then the CIP runs out sooner. I mean, or we can, you know, take it out of reserves. I mean, there's got to be, or you're talking about ad valorem, you know, I mean, so that we haven't, till we kind of get deep into the budget process, I don't know what that looks like at this point. But my first, you know, gut reaction is we're taking it out of the CIP, the surtax funds.
I think it would be rather embarrassing if the governor signs the bill and then we say, never mind, we can't
Yeah,
afford it.
I agree. Like, I feel like we
So
have to
we
figure it
gotta,
out.
I think we really need to find a way to pay what we thought we were gonna have to pay, you know?
Agreed.
Well, you'll see the objective is to match the current state legislation. And the next item is utilities, stormwater fee.
So I think, you know, this one, which was on our strategic plan last year, is, I think we've been doing well. We have a capital improvement plan for water and stormwater. And, you know, obviously we passed our $10 capital charge on water. I think where we fall short, and, you know, something we need to consider this year be our stormwater fee. You know, we've been just putting Band-Aids on our stormwater. We haven't done any swale work. We haven't, you know, really done anything, maintenance that we need to. I think probably the objective this year would really try to analyze where we are on our stormwater fees. You know, I think over the last several years, the cost of doing business in stormwater has outpaced the revenue in stormwater. And so I think, you know, we need to try to get in line with that. You know, I'm not necessarily recommending any kind of fee increase at this point. I mean, we'll do our normal indexing that we do on an annual basis, because I know we just did the capital charge for water. But I think this year we should at least really try to stand up and see what that fee should look like in a real world scenario versus what we've been doing. So that's all.
Didn't you implement a 3.5% or was it 5% per year index for the foreseeable future?
Well, I think it was on an annual basis, we projected, I think, a 5% indexing, but with stormwater, it's not like a 5-year, plan. Every year we have to come back with stormwater and approve that. And so, we'll.
Because it's an assessment, right?
Right, because
Yeah.
it's assessment, right.
Well, I wouldn't want to create a firestorm, but 5% per year until that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I think that.
That's what it is right now, or that would be the bump?
The bump.
Okay.
But every year we've been indexing, we've been going up every year anyways.
Yeah.
I think the issue is that, our costs have went up so much and we have additional issues. I mean, if you go drive any neighborhood, you won't see too many swales, the way that the swales are supposed to, collect that water. We haven't, done a good job of enforcing that people can't they come out and get a new house and they level their front yard and be like, oh, I want my kids to play on the front yard, and they remove the swale, and now we don't have any swales in Tequesta like we should. So we need to do a lot of swale maintenance. And so I think over the last 2 or 3 years, we've done a lot of emergency repairs in stormwater, which has exhausted that fund. So if we were to have any major construction work or any major emergency work for stormwater, we're going to be funding that out of reserves, out of the general fund likely, because we don't have any reserves for stormwater. So I think it's important that we really look at stormwater, because it's going to impact the ad valorem if we don't. And so I just want to make sure we have that conversation, and you guys can prioritize that how you will. I think even like right now, we can't go do a stormwater analysis out of this year's budget, because we don't even have the funds to do a $60,000 study, because we've already spent a couple $100,000 on emergency repairs this year. So next year we're trying to do that, but that's going to mean that we won't be doing any swales or won't do any any projects. So that's the reality of where we're at with stormwater, which we all know because we've been talking about it for the last 2 years or so.
Just something to note real quick, on the most recent resident survey, I can't remember which header it was under, maybe it was, what we should focus on maintenance, but I believe it was stormwater, streets, and sidewalks were the top 3
Oh, yeah.
for the residents concerned what they want to see us work on.
Well, Jeremy, I'm curious, are you telling us in a roundabout way that you think the 5% bump is not enough?
I'm telling you that, and
Okay.
yeah.
Telling you directly.
Yeah, right.
But I'm careful, being sensitive, and it's in your, it's in your taxes, or in your, your ad valorem and your property tax bill, those assessments. But I'm sensitive to know if we go up another, couple dollars, it impacts people. So I think you guys have to consider that, as much as anybody, is what that, a couple dollar impact a month, how that will have, but ultimately knowing we have stormwater issues, so.
Yeah, we definitely
Well,
do.
so the objective here is for you to consider a stormwater fee increase based on some numbers that Jeremy would give you. It needs to be this much to make any real difference.
Yeah. And it's just a
Quarter, 25 cents probably not gonna make a difference, whatever that number is, we understand.
Yeah.
Figure that out. But
Okay.
And you guys would have
we wish to move forward to another.
yeah, and obviously then there were a number coming, you guys would have a vote on that number later down the road. So just because you prioritize that as number 1 or whatever number does not mean that we have to implement a fee. It just means that we need to, you guys realize that, it's important and we need to move forward with that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like last year, maybe the year before, haven't you brought this to us during the budget process? I mean, it's usually, isn't that when we've incorporated it and voted on it?
Yeah, when we
Before
get
or
close to the budget, we
Yeah.
bring you guys like the stormwater budget and tell you these are the fees. But what I'm telling you is what we brought you guys in the last year with that indexing. We need to really take a hard study and say if we're even bringing you guys the 5% is even appropriate. Kind of like what we did with water. We hired a firm to come in and give you guys a full analysis, all of our capital, all of our fees, and all of our operations, and they tell you, they told us, you know, that we're not funding enough. I think the same analysis needs to be done to stormwater. I think there's even, you know, and just talking with Marjorie, consideration of maybe the way that we're charging stormwater isn't right. You know, like we charge, you know, if you're a single family home, everybody gets one fee that maybe we need charged by the impervious area. So the bigger homes should pay a little bit more on stormwater because they're displacing that water. And so we will look at that as well as we look at the fees, as maybe the way that we're charging isn't right, because you guys have seen it, small homes get tore down, bigger one gets put up, they're paying the exact same stormwater fee as everybody else. And so maybe we need to look at just the way that we're doing, and that may help us get some additional revenue.
I want to assure you that when we implemented the stormwater utility assessment back in the 90s, I think it was, it was based on amount of impervious surface. And so here we are a quarter of a century later, and you know, people are putting more hardscape in, they put a pool deck in, they do this, they expand the building like you said. And I remember talking to the former building official about it, and I said, you know, what are you doing? How often are you going to look at this to recalibrate so people are paying based on the amount of impervious surface that they build? And you know, you just sloughed it off. But that will generate more revenue, definitely, because it's been a quarter of a century and there's been no adjustment to the formula that I'm aware of.
So on the outline, it says consider stormwater fee, but on the ranking, I think it's written more accurately. It says analysis stormwater fund. So we're really considering the analysis.
Stormwater fee analysis.
Yeah. And when was the last time we did a full analysis like we did with the water? You don't know.
2019, we did an analysis. At that point, we were raising taxes in 2019 when I first got here, so we decided to pass on the fee. But you know, at that point, we had $2 or $3 million in our stormwater fund. The very next year, or in 2021, we hit some of those emergency repairs, and that's what changed the whole trajectory of that fund. So I think it just needs to be done again, but also looking at a different methodology to that stormwater fee, like Tom says, maybe really looking at the impervious area part of it. So we'll take a full analysis of it.
So that'll be the objective.
Yeah.
So the next one, bearing power lines.
So, and I know Tom has some comments on this one, but you know, in the budget, we approved $100,000 expenditure. We also approved a $75,000 revenue. So in theory, we budgeted $25,000 for the master plan of stormwater. We have the grant coming up in May or June that we're going to apply for again. That was the direction and I guess consensus with council as we went through the budget process. The discussion probably needs to be furthered a little bit more. If we don't get the grant, are we still moving forward? We'd have to allocate $75,000 additional to continue to get that $100,000. In addition, and I think it can be a next year's budget item, but it needs to be considered as in this conversation, will also have to approve assessment methodology, which is another probably, and I just got a very high level $40,000 or $50,000 to do an assessment methodology that will run hand in hand with that master plan with Kimley Horn. So you know, you're looking at possibly $115,000 impact that we'll have to do if we want to continue to move forward if we don't get the grant.
So the objective is you move forward with this analysis regardless of external funding availability. Funding yourselves. Again, nice to get aside right now, let's just get the objective precise.
When you say analysis, what are we going to analyze? What, the cost?
Well, no, I think we know the cost from Kimley Horn would be
Like
50,
high
right?
level.
100.
Or 100.
Yeah, it was almost.
We know,
Yeah.
I mean, unless they increase their cost, the last cost they gave us last year was $100,000. They did the $50,000, they did the very high level. At that time, even before we even started with that $50,000, he says, look, it's $150,000 to do a master plan. And I said, well, let's take a smaller bite at the apple. Is there anything else that we can do? So we chose the $50,000, you know, like, and I said, okay, we come back later, we want the master plan, how much it costs. He's like, oh, we can, it's just gonna be $100,000. So we took and came up with $85 million, what it's gonna cost us to underground the village of Tequesta. Part of that conversation after that was, after we got the $85 million, is what if a section of Tequesta wants to underground and the rest of it don't, because we can't afford $85 million. And Kimley Horn says, well, you need to have the master plan in order to break it up into that section. And so that's when we said, well, you know, we can fund the $100,000 with a $75,000 grant, see if we get it. But, you know, now we're getting closer to that point is, if we don't get the grant, because, you know, that same grant is still competitive, and we did not, I mean, we weren't in like the top 5 or top 10 last year. If we don't get that grant, you know, are we gonna move forward? And that helps me, you know, we're gonna have to find $75,000 in this year's budget to move forward, or do we wanna just wait and budget for next year, the whole thing?
Do you know why we're not in the top?
The low LMI, most of that, I mean, they're scoring for LMI, that's a low median income level. I mean, and also, you know, there's, for that grant, I mean, you have to show, like, is there a hardship? Like, we don't really have any major thing that we can put on an application that, I mean, we've talked with FP&L, they're like, they don't show like a whole bunch of power outages in, you know, in the country clubs, like they're not showing, or even in the village of Tequesta.
Beg to differ.
Quick.
Well, I
If
think
they don't show it,
it's
doesn't mean
for,
it's not happening.
That's why we tell our residents, you must report it on the app, because
Don't,
people who call me, they know.
but I think the intent too is more, you know, if there's a storm or
I
we're
know.
back up and running, like a hurricane
I
storm,
know.
not your,
So we've been
yes,
talking about.
it's inconvenient when there's
We've
like a
been talking about this for a
thunderstorm.
couple of years, and it comes down to really costs, and it's just, as time keeps going by, you know, Tequesta, especially the west side, was developed in 1957, so it's just gonna get older and older and older, and everything around us, again, is newer and newer, and it's just, at what point does Tequesta get to update the electrical source?
Okay, let's think about Tom's question. The question is, you want to complete this master plan, underground master plan, regardless of whether you get any external funding. What it allows you then to determine is whether you can do underground in certain sections and what that would cost, so you can inform those people if you want underground power lines, this many gazillion dollars. Correct, Jeremy?
Yeah, and is that gonna be a priority for us to continue to look at that?
I will
Again, I
say,
just want to get the objective clear.
the past 2 years in a row, on the resident survey, that was the top priority of what the council should focus on the next 2 years.
And I
2
think
years in a row.
from
Undergrounding?
Yeah.
yeah.
I think from past feedback, we are gonna look at a section that'll want it, and possibly another section that doesn't. So that's where I think that came up, where can we do it section by section?
Yes.
We just didn't have the answer, but I have a strong feeling there's gonna be one section that's gonna say, well, we want it, why do we have to wait for the rest of the village to be on board?
Yeah, you're right.
But we don't have information and data to give them. If we said, yes, you can, here's the number.
Who, Jeremy, who is the grantee?
The state?
You
It's,
you showed me CTSA or something like, what, I don't know
Yeah,
what
but it's
that meant.
DEO, but I think they're changing the name. It's not Department of Economic Opportunity anymore, but that was the department that was funding it. I think
Okay.
they're switching the name of that department, but that's who it was last year.
Well, let me just say this, you don't need a master plan if you have in your mind what Laurie just said. Laurie said certain neighborhood subdivisions may want it, others already have it, others don't want it, okay? So what's the point of a master plan at that point? For example, the only 2 places that I can think of that would probably vote in the affirmative to do it would be Beach Road and Tequesta Country Club, and maybe Country Club Point, okay? So, for example, you're not gonna, unless you wanna have a riot, you're not gonna go to Tequesta Pines or Riverside Oaks, and places like, they're already underground. So
Well, we
why would
talked
you?
about that before though, and they might still have a small assessment to underground, like the lines coming into the neighborhood that are still overhead.
Well, that's true.
So it wouldn't be absolutely no cost for those that are underground already.
But all you have to do at that point is tell the engineers to identify what that infrastructure is and then distribute the cost accordingly. But all you have to do is drive around and say, that neighborhood is underground already, that one, that one, that one. And they will go absolutely ballistic if you put this on ad valorem where they have to pay when they're already underground. So even to do what Molly just said, it needs to be an assessment formula, meaning it would be a non-ad valorem assessment on those bills.
And that's what this plan would
But
identify,
when
right?
Jeremy, I thought you said Kimberly Horn said the only way they could get to that was to do a master plan.
Yeah, I mean, I can have additional conversation with them, whatever direction the council gets, but I mean, they told me, all the hardware that would go, even if it's just a section, all the transformers, all the, some kind of assessment methodology based on whoever he has it, who doesn't, like the master plan is needed to do that. That we can do a high level analysis and go, it's, $3 per linear foot or whatever that, and come up with some kind of generic formula to give people, some idea, but without knowing like where the transformers need to be placed and all that, like it would just be a guess. That's what Kinley Horn has told me.
For the cost estimate?
Yes.
Yeah, it's always a guess.
Right.
But, if you want to ask him the efficacy of doing it neighborhood by neighborhood, just ask him Kevin Shannon this question. Say, how did Tom do Everglades Island? How did Tom do Nightingale Trail? How did he do Mockingbird Trail? All divvied up. And then we did the entire town through assessments after that. But you can carve it out and do it, I guarantee it. So, if Laurie's neighborhood and Molly and Patrick want it, and they vote through a petition process, then you do it.
But how do they know they want it? How do they know what it's going to cost them?
Well, here's how we would do it. So you go to the town of Palm Beach, is currently undergrounding portions of the town, okay? And in general, the transformers for every 4 or 5 homes, one transformer for every 4 or 5 homes. But this is built into their cost for the work they're doing right now with, what's the name of that company? I forgot the name of the company. So you do need to tell the people the estimated cost, subject to change, is X per home. And you get that by taking the current numbers, Burkhart Construction, current numbers from the Burkhart contracts in town of Palm Beach, extrapolated number of houses, et cetera, and you'll come up with a pretty good ballpark estimate of what that's going to cost to do, say, Tequesta Country Club. And then you put that in the mail, and you give them the petition form, and you wait for the results, and it will be whatever it will be. They'll say, if they say no, it's over.
Well, I disagree. We hashed this out quite a bit when we did the feasibility assessment, and we really came to the conclusion that this next assessment study was needed to be able to go out to the public, because who's to say, I don't think we should be the ones to judge, okay, well, we're just gonna price out just the country club, and I mean, we're not the judge of that we're gonna decide that just the country club, we're gonna price them out separately to be
You don't
underground.
decide.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how did
Right,
Everglades Island,
but-
like how was that decided that?
Because they came to us, and we said, okay, here is our petition form, you go do your thing with the people, and you come back and show us that you got 66% said yes, and then we did it.
So in other words, if like,
But who's petitioning the country club then?
I guess like the association or like, so.
We, the town of Palm Beach, prepares their official petition, gives it to the people that are interested, and it's up to them to distribute it and show us that they have the name, address, signature of the person checking off the box
So
saying
are we
yes.
gonna petition each individual neighborhood then?
Yes. They'd have to tell you, do they want it,
And that was the point of the study, because also, and Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't know how to best phase it and schedule it either. So part of the assessment was they were going to phase it and schedule it in a way that we could communicate to the public, this is the proposed undergrounding schedule, the phases, and be able to, figure out a estimate on this estimate accordingly.
but see, you're saying that, I mean, what you're saying is correct historically, but what you're failing to think about is there is not going to be a systematic plan in Tequesta.
You're proposing really an alternative approach here.
Yes.
The village puts out the petition, and depending on who responds, you do the analysis. If nobody wants to do it, then if the country club wants to, then you'll do the analysis of the country club.
But you have to give them an estimate so they know what it's going to cost them.
But until people even, could you, let me ask it a different way, could you get an indication of interest before you even do the analysis? Of course, I guess you're saying we have that.
2 years in a row, and I don't think we can we look at each vote, Jeremy, and
Analyze it by
see who it came from? No, so we don't, it's just,
city, village-wide.
yeah,
From the data,
However-
you can't say country club versus.
right.
There was one community that's very large, and they were very upset that the roads were not getting done or even being put on. The village did not at the time have a road master plan with a timeline on it. And they, on themselves, put together a petition, and they came to the village and found out how to do it correctly. They go out and they do it correctly the first time, and then they brought that to council saying, we want roads, put us on a plan, and that got done. That's where the road thing kind of came about. So it has been done with petitions before, but this is obviously a bigger.
But we didn't go to them, they came to us.
No, we didn't go to them, but it was just something that they still wanted from their town and their council, and they took it upon themselves.
Yeah, all you do is prepare the official format. The council needs to decide, you want 51% to say yes? Do you want 66%? Or whatever your number is, and that's what you'll have in the banner at the top telling them all the terms and conditions that you want. But they come to you, you do nothing except let them know if your neighborhood is interested. We have the petition form if you want to go down that path.
Well, I think at the end of the day, someone's still gonna have to manage that, do the estimate. I don't know if that's staff or someone's still gonna have to do that. So I think at the end of the day, if you're not for this, you can rank it low, and if you think we need to do it, you can rank it high. I think we can move on.
Let's do leave the objective as a master plan. The question is whether we want to write another objective, basically a citizen-initiated approach. And along the lines you just said, Tom, so we have two objectives that we all choose between them.
Yeah, but, it's okay.
So,
Yes.
you just mentioned an alternative, and I just want to understand how to place that properly here.
Well, what's going to
Because you have
happen?
objective here, we're gonna vote on.
I'm going to rewrite this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lunch to incorporate all these and go through them again and make sure before we do it. So, it's good to get it fine. But I do appreciate the discussion. That's why I need to hear from you. Okay. Funding for a bridge, I'm assuming we're talking Tequesta Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I put this one on here just, I think it's, it's in the process, so I don't know that it needs to be an A or B, but just have a discussion that, our bridge isn't part of our CIP. It is a huge number, and so I just want to make sure that we're aware, we keep it on the forefront. If we get into CIP and we're shifting funds, like being careful not to kick the bridge down the road, because it needs, you could move it a year, 2, but there are some steel structures. I mean, everything's, we had an engineer report, everything is good, but I think, we do need to do some maintenance to that bridge, and so it's really just keeping the forefront when we start shuffling funds, and so I don't know that it needs to be an A or B, but the bridge funding is important just along with the roads.
So I'll restate it as continue funding for bridge. That'd be the objective.
What is that number?
I don't have a number, but it's right above the future facilities plan, so right in the middle, number 4 down.
Oh yeah, no, I see it. You don't know what the dollar amount is for that?
Yes, 394,000, I think, is what's in our CIP.
Per year?
No, one time.
One time?
One-time maintenance that we have set up in there. We started that, we had that in the CIP the last couple of years. It's starting to move forward. And so I just, my conversation with Doug, it's not something that we want to kick down the road too much longer.
How often does DOT inspect the bridge? Every 2 years?
Every 2 years, I believe, yeah.
Okay. And so you have a list of things that they want us to address?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's DOT that put that on the list. I think Kimley Horn came out and did analysis last year, gave us a whole list of stuff to do. That one was on there. So it's been inspected, it passes all that. I think there's some steel in the bridge that needs to be addressed at some point.
Okay.
So again, that objective would be continued funding for the future facilities.
Yeah, this one's one that, we probably need to start leaning forward. I think my ask would be just, that we try to put together a future facilities plan, make it an item that we, continue to look at in the coming year or years. But there's really, there's 3 things that come to mind. We talk about, facilities other than the water treatment plant, which we're already making some big strides on that. But Station 11's been sitting there for years. It hasn't been, addressed. It's an estimated $1 million cost. We cannot staff, we cannot put anybody in there. It's not up to code. We got an estimate a couple of years ago, $500,000. Probably now, it's cost have went up. I think that's probably a short-term solution for even some of our water staff to be moved over there, even water admin. As you guys have seen around here, we're putting people in, in corners, and, I think that may help free up some space even here. Ultimately, long-term, the best, ideal situation for us is to move our water distribution and put up a facility over at the water plant for our distribution. Bridge Road is also, cracking at the seams as far as staffing, and we're pretty full over there, even with equipment. So I think having a very similar building that we have over on Bridge Road, could just be a metal structure like we have over there, or concrete structure, I guess. It moved over the water plant. Doesn't have to be a Taj Mahal, doesn't have to be like this, but move over the water plant. We're probably, just rough estimate, we're between $3 to $5 million out of our water fund to do something like that. And then if we do move over, or if we don't, at some point you need to start looking at some upkeep of the current Bridge Road facility. We haven't, we've been doing, annual maintenance as it comes, but I think, putting a new roof on that building and, doing some maintenance to it, I think we need to have a future facilities plan altogether. And so, I'm not asking for any, major investment as, this year in the budget, but I think maybe, the only thing that we may ask for is to have, somebody come in and do an analysis of the facilities, but, that's still to be determined. So I think just the ask is, maybe even prioritize those in there. I think I originally had it as just like one future facilities plan. I think when Herb did it, he kind of broke them up individually to see if there's a priority for the council on which one they want to do first. And so.
Well, I think if we want to make the objective to develop a future facilities plan and be at that level, we have a choice. We need the specifics. I think the real question is, you and Jeremy start working on that.
Yeah.
Future facilities plan involving various stuff.
Where are you pulling this money from?
Well, it depends if what we're talking about. So if we're, we're moving some of our water distribution over to Station 11 or water distribution, it could come out of the water fund. It just depends on what we decide to do.
So we're gonna combine this.
Well, I don't think that any of this is gonna happen overnight. This is, our long-term plan for facilities, because right now, we don't have one. We're, we put two desks out in the lobby here. Our public works facility over on Bridge Road, we got people, over there that are, you know, sitting out in the hallways too with desks. So I think just, you know, really looking at the future of the facilities, not necessarily we're gonna go spend it tomorrow.
I understand that. I guess it just makes me hesitant, because even if that's a multi-year plan, we were literally just talking again about raising more fees on the residents. I'm just curious where all this money is gonna come from. That's all.
Well, at some point, we're gonna have to make a commitment.
I know, but I mean, we have a fee for water, we have to replace this and that, and we have parks, and where's the money tree?
Well, I think too, I mean, we've been rebuilding our reserves, right? And I think, I mean, it's on here, and I think we need to continue to build the reserves, because, you know, a lot of times municipalities will reach into reserves for, you know, larger facility improvements like this. Not for, sometimes, depending on municipality, how much reserves they have, not to fund it all, but maybe to fund a portion, and maybe they have to get a loan for a portion, depending on, you know, if you're building a new building or whatever. So I think, you know, that in my mind, you know, facilities plan and stuff of that nature as major projects, you know, we keep building the reserves to have that, to contribute to these kind of projects.
Well, there's probably called a master facilities plan, and in that you have to break down how much your utility fee can pay for their buildings. What's the whole fund, et cetera.
Well, in our last water utility analysis did not account for any facility improvements, right? It was all just infrastructure improvements. So there's nothing in that plan.
That's what
we
makes
just
me nervous,
did.
is it was
Or what, was it
all
10, 20-year plan? What was it, 20-year plan?
infrastructure.
So I think
Nothing.
that's why I'm bringing this to light, is that we haven't even addressed this, you know, and so I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's 5 years before we can afford to do anything, or, you know, it's just, we need to just have the conversation to see where it fits in the overall scheme of things. And so that, I don't think there's gonna be a huge cost to this at this point, other than just looking at where it fits into the model.
Well, you have to have a master site plan for the water plant property itself, number one. And then you also need to have a facilities plan like Herb just mentioned, long-term. I can see the upside to consolidation of everything in one place, although the citizens might still benefit from having that desk there and then everything else in one place.
Oh, yeah, well, I wouldn't change any of the customer service part on either side. But, you know, like, you know, I think Jennifer and Marjorie, you know, I think they could benefit from, you know, moving that. You look at maybe planning can benefit from, you know, there's two sides to Station 11, so maybe planning can be on the other side. I wouldn't change building, because we get a lot of walk-in customers for building. You know, I think that's something that I want to take a deeper dive into it and see what that cost looks like, see what the space looks like.
I think you should do it, just my personal opinion, both, you know, the planning, because I even think, I haven't mentioned it yet, but I will at the right time, I think you have, you need more workers. I mean, and I've told you personally face to face, but this is, I'll hold my comments, but I can see your worker population increasing over time.
Well, I'm asking when we get the financial one.
Okay.
So are we gonna, is this gonna be combined to just one item to rank, or?
I think so, because
Okay.
really what you're talking about is a master facilities plan. You need to look at all these sites. What a good facilities plan does is looks at where your customers come, where people need to be located with that versus where your operation. So there's a whole bunch of stuff you look at there. If you're gonna do a master plan, you need a master plan. You don't just look at Station 11, you know, stuff. So just one, develop master facilities plan. Coastal resiliency study?
It's gonna take a while, so just have them call in, if anything.
So she's that walk-in?
Coastal resiliency, so I think
She's that walk-in.
this
Uh-huh.
was driven by, you know, one of the council members. I think it's well documented now where we stand. I think I did a presentation at the last, you know, council meeting on, you know, where I feel like our role is with that, but I mean, you had the conversation with one of the council members. I'm not even sure, you know, exactly what council member and what their comments were on that.
Well, let's just talk about coastal resiliency, beach erosion, et cetera. obviously a major issue in Florida. What's you're in a little unique situation here in some communities that have large stretches. And I guess what Sonia said to me, we just have a number of citizens who are concerned about this. So let's just have a conversation about what the community's concerns and thoughts are. And Jeremy can inform you what's been done and what else might be done. So what do you hear from the community about it?
They're worried,
Yeah.
particularly people on Beach Road. But when we say coastal, though, just to be clear, we're talking about beachfront, or are we talking about any coastline, shoreline that we have in Tequesta? Are we primarily talking about beach?
I heard it more as beach, but I'll defer to perhaps not listening as actively as I should.
There was one, I guess it was maybe 2 meetings ago or last meeting, they came in and it did bring up the intercoastal side. It was the first time I had heard it, but I think largely it is the ocean.
Yeah. Well, all I can tell you, folks, coastal is a money pit. I can just tell you right now, if you can get away from having to deal with it and put it all on the back of Palm Beach County,
Because you're battling Mother Nature.
Do y'all have any
Yeah.
coastline that is yours?
Well, I mean, it's private property.
Yeah.
But I mean, village
Not
itself
public.
does not have
No.
50 feet. You're small.
I mean, we need to be, I won't be here after April, okay? But
That's what you think.
Yeah.
You'll be there. What are you
need to-
talking about?
You need to be responsive to the people, and the people on Beach Road are definitely worried about it. And they sometimes feel that Palm Beach County is not sufficiently responsive, or, sweeps things under the rug, or just doesn't keep them updated primarily. But,
You hear Rick?
Yes.
oh, is that it?
Can you
Okay.
hear well? 'Cause- okay, I'm gonna mute you, but if you, or mute yourself, and that way if you wanna talk, just pipe in, if that'll work.
Okay.
Is there a mic we can put in front of Herb, or no?
I'll stand up.
Okay.
But, no, it's a money
Hey,
pit.
Is Rick able to hear y'all off these ones?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No,
Test.
he's just hearing through the,
Okay.
Town of Palm Beach has 12 miles of beachfront. They're funding probably, it's $1 million a mile to do
Nobody that walks
renourishment.
away, you have to keep it.
What are they funding versus what the county's funding?
Well, first of all, Palm Beach doesn't want any county people on their properties.
Or anyone else? for that matter?
So they fund it all. Town of Palm Beach all through ad valorem.
That must be nice.
And they probably, a typical 3 to 5 mile stretch could be $15 to $20 million to renourish. It's just mind-boggling. Okay, and then
That's a Band-Aid, right? I mean, that's not
it's
even.
just a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
It's not going to be there in 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. It's a tough one.
We're just moving sand in from the ocean, putting it up there.
Yeah, right. But on the other hand, there are people that live in properties and businesses, not necessarily in Tequesta, but they're on the beach and they want protection, they want help. And so I think to some degree you have to be empathetic and try to, do whatever you think you can do. But man, I'm and I know none of you are thinking this, I hope, I could be wrong, but you don't want to get into the funding of this stuff. This is horrifically
Well, it's
expensive.
private property, so that's not public funding for that. I don't think is unless. So I know I brought this up at the our last workshop. So there's the FEMA buyout program after a disaster, but could we be proactive and having a plan, identifying those areas that would qualify for buyout, and then just making sure our state legislators are aware of it, because it's a state and local, FEMA state and local endeavor. Everyone has to agree to it. So, when it comes to coastal resiliency, what can we do? We can have a plan like that in place. Buyout of those properties is going to be really expensive. So long-term would that happen? I don't know. But, you know, just, I mean, that's something we can do that, what was that beach association, like the Florida Shoreline and Beach Association? You know, joining that, becoming a member of that. I know there's some northern Palm Beach County and even some southern Martin County municipalities are talking about forming like an ad hoc committee to discuss like, you know, best management practices and kind of have more coordinated efforts. So, you know, little things like that where we can do our part, that is within our realm. But when it comes to funding and managing beach erosion, I think we can help with communication, which we already have. There are lots of emails with Jeremy, myself, the Beach Road Association, the county commissioner, Andy from Durham, about, you know, what their responsibility is for, you know, beach erosion and beach renourishment, and, you know, Keith has even chimed in. So I think we're definitely helping them and facilitating them and getting them the info should they choose to do a larger effort. But I think from a, you know, do what we can, I think it's important because it's going to be a, you know, it's not going to go away. And I think if you know,
So the objective could be really participate in various cultural resiliency programs.
Yeah.
So should we call it, instead of study, because there's been 100 million studies
yeah,
about
shouldn't say
coastal
study.
resilience, should we call it coastal resiliency support, such as the intercoastal building that is doing upon themselves to do the mangrove restoration, because also that would help their seawall and whatnot. And again, I find that's their way of trying to make their private property resilient to Mother Nature the best they can. But we are supporting that. We aren't giving them anything, but we are supporting in their efforts. So for me, when I hear the word resiliency, it's flexibility of what Mother Nature throws at them and how they bounce back. And it is private property in our area, so it's up to them. How do they want to turn their property more resilient? Do they want to figure out their plantings, their elevations, stuff like that? I think it's more for our end, instead of funding, it's a support. Do we support their effort on their end to be more resilient with their property? Because we already have studies.
And then, you know, and then.
Yeah, no, I don't think study is the right
But I agree with
word.
you, and I think from our end,
But
we
there
can
are-
support them from the hierarchy with legislative and stuff
Yeah.
for programs to help them if something atrocious happens. I think that's our duty, is to help them with the bigger stuff. And on their end, they need to start maintenancing their property on how to make it more resilient.
Yeah, and then us just staying informed, and
Yeah,
like
I
I
think that's
still,
great.
I
Like,
still
you're-
think it'd be good to put a FEMA buyout plan together. To be honest, I don't know if anyone.
But I
has
think
the
that's great, like
appetite.
you're doing, like that end, the government side, we can
Yeah.
support them by getting that stuff lined up. So if they ever need it, we have the information to give to them.
on
And
the-
maybe this is, you know, just thinking, like maybe this is more not just the beach, but coastal resiliency, because we are working on the living shoreline, which is about done. I mean, when is council seeing that?
It'll go to LPA in April, and so council will see it in May and June.
So we're doing that, and then we know that the vulnerability assessment is almost complete.
Yeah.
And so then there's gonna be, and that's really about resiliency too, and a lot of it here is coastal. And we're gonna have to implement that, right? So is the implementation plan, I mean, do we make this like a more all-encompassing thing, or is that too broad?
Well, let's just rephrase it. So, sort of three dimensions. One is it's participating in various cultural resiliency support, and using the word coastal intentionally, so it's beyond developing a buyout plan. And then talk to me about, you've done the vulnerability assessment. What's the next phase now to develop a vulnerability plan?
Well, the assessments are almost complete, and
Right.
Jeremy might have, but I think it's gonna, Jeremy chime in, but I think it's gonna tell us what needs to be done, then it's gonna be up to us to implement it, and I don't know if that's, you know, again, like, are we looking for brands? I know FEMA has like a brick program. I don't know if like we would, that, you know, anything from that study would apply for that, towards that grant that we could go for. Like, I don't know, like, when we get the vulnerability assessment complete, what's the next step?
They'll have through there, they'll have an action plan, and we'll go through there and see what is, you know, maybe year 1 or year 10, you know, because some of it might be very expensive, and Some may not be, some might be little low-hanging fruit. I don't even know what that'll look like, but I think that's, once we get that, we'll have to really just chew on it.
Well, what we made the objective to develop a vulnerability plan, and an element of that is how do you participate in cultural resiliency support. An element of that is a buyout plan. I mean, that's something you can do in terms of vulnerability, you provide. So to me, the vulnerability plan could cover all of this, what we just talked about here.
Yeah.
Provide it.
What if we, let me just throw out a suggestion, what if we just call that coastal resiliency, advocacy, and planning, so that way it'll let us
That's a good
just
one.
lean
Yeah.
forward at,
That's good.
let us just try to develop as much as we can with vulnerability assessment, maybe a buyout plan. I mean, I think that one should be fairly simple. I mean, there's 6 properties over on the East Coast and, 7 properties on the West. I mean, I think we prioritize those properties on buyout. I mean, that.
And I think it has to be in a special flood hazard area,
Right.
so you look at the map and figure, it should be
Right.
pretty easy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard.
For me, it's not just beach, it's even
Yeah, a
the
little bit.
properties, because we have some properties that are on the larger opening of where the inlet comes in, and there's a curve into the smaller part of the river on the west side, but those, like the docks, for example, they go underwater, and then the water, if you get the right storm, the storm surge increases it up onto the property, you got water going behind the seawall. I would include coastal as you're on the water to some degree.
Well, let's use Jeremy's phrasing.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like that, but
Yeah.
let's not forget the county is the one that's averaging, putting $2.5 million annually to protect the public properties on southern Jupiter Island. So we should actually attempt to put pressure on them to have a detailed Tequesta area coastal resiliency plan so that we can have them do it and we can help show our residents what the result has been. It's their money that they're spending, and through the tourist tax dollars.
So that was something that's been brought up a couple of times. I think Jeremy, we kind of left it, you could look for grants for this, but, and this came from Andy, I think from Durham, is doing, the whole coast, in our municipal boundaries south of Coral Cove, which there's all private property, that whole section needs to be looked at, as a whole. You can't piecemeal the buildings,
Right.
but we would need the private property owners buy-in for that study. They might have to help with funding for that, and so we could look for grants. So again, there's so many, we have this main category, and there's so many things that we could put underneath it to strive towards.
But
And that is one of them.
You're in favor of us being in that beach association? Are you favorable towards that?
The Florida one?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a year commitment, and I think, what was the fee? It wasn't outrageous.
$500.
And I think if we do it a year and find it's not worth the time, then we just don't renew it.
yeah. I think you should. I know that the engineer that we had working on it always found it favorable, as did our mayor, by the way.
I think they have some meetings monthly or quarterly. They have a conference. I think there's some, maybe some networking opportunities. Maybe, we can get some resources that way. So, I think we were already looking at leaning forward on that. We haven't committed to it, but I think that one's part of the advocacy. And you talk about advocacy, when there is an issue and something comes up, make sure that we, the village of Tequesta, is helping push or put our thumb on the county to make sure they're aware of it and make sure they're reacting. I think that's a big part of what we can do is speak on behalf of the residents.
Right.
Okay.
Excuse me,
So,
Jeremy.
sorry.
My comment is for the record.
Okay. Yep.
First of all, my apologies to everybody for my inability to be there. Something came up at the last minute, and I'm down at West Palm Beach at a redetermined security conference, so I apologize. And I don't want to recreate the wheel, but just when it comes to coastal resiliency, I had that down as a no. I don't know what stage you're at in the discussion, because I really believe that, the village isn't owning any property, you probably already talked about this, any oceanfront property. So I wouldn't want to see, just make that a priority when we can continue to advocate for it, and keep it in maybe as a fee or something, but, this is county property and private property, and with the parts that I just heard about, joining that beach association, not even further than that, but continued advocacy in any capacity. But, we don't own any property, and I think the CSC would consider putting forth any dollars for that. So that's just my general consensus about there early on. So, but thank you, and again, I apologize for not being here to everybody.
All right, thanks, sir.
Sidewalk plan. You got one?
Yeah, I think, I don't know that this one needs to take up an A or B. It's more of a, this was on our last strategic plan. I'm assuming it'll just stay on and transition to the new year. We try to level. We took all of our projects over a 5-year plan, tried to level it out, came up with $170,000 a year. And so, my thing is just keep it on there. I don't think that that's one that transitions off, to keep it as a priority at this point.
Jason brought this up earlier. Is our current plan mainly repair and maintenance, or does it also include extension of the sidewalk network?
So both. There is, for the most part, right now, what the council directed us last year, let's take care of what we have first before we do any, new projects. I know that we have a plan in that 5-year look. We'd like to extend the Dover sidewalk from the park around, because we have so many events and people coming in. That's one of the, I think in that 5-year plan, that's the one new sidewalk that we had planned that we'd like to really lean forward on. But right now we're just in maintenance mode. A lot of as you know, with the roots and stuff with the trees, we've had some pop up, so we're trying to do a lot of maintenance and catch up that we didn't really do for a long time.
Okay.
So I think with Jason, talk about mobility, that's going to have to be new sidewalks and new connectivity. That won't take care of maintenance of sidewalks.
Okay.
Again, but this is on the plan, give it a C if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, safe and quiet railroad crossing, we've approved that.
Yeah, that was on last year. Council just moved forward with that. I think it probably stays on until we actually adopt it or not adopt it, until we, actually make a formal motion on what we do. But it was on last year. Just keep it on.
Questions or comments on that?
Herb, a question for so that was the last item under infrastructure, right? So
If there's any others.
if there's new, is now the time to talk about new?
It's an infrastructure, yes, sir.
Well, I recently, I can't remember why, I think I went to 7-Eleven at 10 or 11 o'clock at night one day. And so I came back, I went up to 7-Eleven on the corner at the counter, and I drove down and I started looking, and I realized street lights, there is no rhyme or reason about streetlights in Tequesta. For example, on Tequesta Drive, from US 1 to Old Dixie, there's not a single streetlight except for 4 or 5 that the developer put in at 1 Main Street years ago. There are streets that have no streetlights. There are streets that have some. There are streets that have Cobra head ones that are for the highway and not a residential. And the good news is that new street lights aren't very expensive. You just pay a monthly fee to FPL.
New initiatives for infrastructure.
And the bad news is FPL is very slow at installing new street lights. But I would urge all of you just to, when it's dark sometime, just drive through the village and you will see there's no rhyme or reason. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. And, I know there are people that don't want streetlights, but if you're looking for, safety for driving and pedestrians, then you need to put streetlights in based upon a photometric study that says you need here, whatever. And you do it. And John Doe and Susie Q, they don't have a say. If it says it's going in front of that house, it's going in front of that house. You can blank out the backside of it so that they don't get their alleged interference light coming into their home, which is really not true. But there's ways to deal with it, but there just needs to be a coherent streetlight plan, and it's, like, Old Dixie doesn't have any except up there by the gas tank that's up there by County Line. Just please drive around at night and take a look, and you will see. I think she's shaking her head. It just makes no sense.
I know we've talked about Old Dixie before.
It makes no sense. And I'm talking about, I think the country club is fairly well covered because they did a comprehensive thing maybe 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But then, man, the rest, just take a look at night, that's all.
So
We'll
the
consider
objective would be
that.
to complete a streetlight study.
Well, I think maybe we can wrap that into the transportation and mobility, because we were talking about, biking and, connectivity. Maybe we
Yeah,
can wrap that into that
that'll
study,
work.
like when we're doing that.
That'll work.
And I say study, I'll use it loosely, but as we analyze that,
Analysis?
yeah.
Okay, we'll add the mobility plan.
When I hear study, I see dollar
And
signs.
I'll make sure we have streetlights tagged on that.
We can analyze it for free.
Any other items you want to add
That's right.
under infrastructure? Madam Mayor, we proposed no breaks. I'd like to take a short break. We're
Oh.
halfway through, so we're
Sure.
doing fine on time.
I second that motion.
So, about 5 minutes, 50 minutes. So.
Yeah.
And also, live streaming has to stay on.
So you don't
recording.
disturb it. Yeah. Just don't share your recipe secrets. You know what I made? A fantastic chicken.
That's why I don't talk in here at all, just in case.
Probably mute
It's all in the, it's all in the crust.
Probably mute people, but it's not a fail-safe. It's about the recording of it, if you want to start it. I lost this, so I don't know anybody.
I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this at home.
We were saying there's zero, but it's about them being able to watch it later.
That's right.
Yeah.
I get it.
Have a glass of wine after work.
Yeah.
I think the value of the video, I mean, 'cause lots of times, like, I watch, the EAC and P&Z, like, not live, I watch it later when I have
Yeah.
time, yeah. Oh, yep, sorry, Rick, quick break. It's freezing. Yes.
As I'm sure Jeremy told you, I completed, my assessment and sent it to Jeremy late last night. And I gave him my comments, so he's not trying to verify, so hopefully he's able to read it, because I'm gonna have to scoot back in, unfortunately.
No problem.
But I'm really sorry, because I got blindsided by this that late Saturday night.
No problem. Yeah, and he confirmed he had your rankings and he'd read read it into the record and everything.
Rick,
Okay.
this is Herb.
Hello.
I'm going to be redoing the form. If we faxed it to you, would you be in a spot where you could do the new one?
I won't be able to do it from my phone, because I'm at a hotel venue.
Sure.
I'm in my car right now, and I gotta run back in. But I don't know. I can try, and I can just kind of respond. It would be just rewriting them based on.
Yeah, we're just modifying some and adding a few things. I'd like you to have the opportunity to respond to the current document if you
Yeah,
can.
I might not. Yeah, if I can't complete the document, I can just go in numerical order.
Yeah, if you have it, you can verbally communicate it to Jeremy.
Which are my A's? Yeah, which are my A's? And are we doing 3 or 4?
Well, I don't know yet. Depends on how.
Yeah, I'll just give you my, my responses to what my A's and B's would be, and,
Okay.
and go through that, and just see manually if it can be read into the record again as well.
Well, let's see if we can make that happen, so, if we
Yeah,
can.
Jeremy got all that contact information on, I will be out of pocket, I'm gonna jump off now, but I'd like to be able to review that. If you could have Jeremy text me, when, whenever that document be ready, and then I'll make sure that it's through the way. I'm just gonna be speaking, right around from like 1 to 1:20.
Okay, well, I think we should have it to you by 12:30, so.
Okay, perfect. I'll make sure I can break away and I'll respond in some form or fashion for the record.
Good deal. Thanks, Ray.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Have a great day.
Bye,
Good luck
Rick.
with it.
See you, Rick. Did they end up catching the bull?
Yeah. Goes back, what I call a prison call. 7 strands of fence, 4 of which are electrified, and 8 power phones.
Oh, wow. That's what killed him.
Well, he wasn't in that field. They had to put him back in prison.
Is everyone like still freezing?
I just, yeah, I just tried to turn it up a
I
little
need,
bit.
like, I brought this, I'm like, I need a winter jacket today,
Yeah.
not this.
Wish I had some sleeves on this thing.
Jeremy, is there any way to turn the,
Make it cooler?
no, warmer?
Can I get a motion? You want to keep cold?
No, warmer.
Oh, you want it warmer?
Is there any way, I mean, it's,
Sure.
everyone's cold, from my assessment of who's in here.
Everybody, I'm not.
You're not, you're crazy. Like, literally, my hands are
I'm
icing.
okay, but I know how you feel, so.
Like, not a lot, maybe like 1 or 2 notches up, nothing major.
I
I
could take a degree or 2.
feel like my feet are even cold. I just took shoes off.
I've had 2 unique experiences with street lighting.
Oh, yeah?
Years ago, I did the survey at Daytona Beach.
Oh,
One of the first questions was, would you like lighting in your street? 98% of people said yes. Toward the end of the survey, they had this question, would you be willing to pay $2 a month for street lighting? 98% of people said no.
Really?
Yeah. So, the other one, so, yeah, there are a lot of literally street districts
Trying to
in
get
the
this
street.
up out of here.
For some reason, I'm doing this workshop with folks that didn't know street lighting. So, okay, you know, guy came up to me, I
I like that green banana one.
Well, and the intent on county roads is we're supposed to pay via franchise fees.
What's that?
So on county roads, we install and maintain street lighting on county roads.
Really?
In theory, via the franchise fees,
But,
like the county doesn't pay and maintain street lighting on county roads.
but we're only on the south side of County Line Road.
Oh, I was saying just county roads, not county line
Oh,
roads.
county
County
roads.
roads, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, my understanding is what Herb just said about Daytona Beach is that here, if you are in unincorporated Palm Beach County and you want streetlights, they tax you as an assessment through an MSTU, which stands for Municipal Service Taxing Unit. But, yeah, for main thoroughfares, I'm sure they tax all of us from some source.
Well, we're a degree warmer.
Yeah, I feel it
I went
already.
up with sun.
You want the sun?
I just, that way I know like what time of the day it is.
Okay. I'd like to go to the next goal, distinctive character and culture of the village. And I'll ask Jeremy to, this was really the objective from last year, about codes and ordinances consistent with maintaining the community want. We have an action coming on this, so.
Yeah, that one's just more of an update where you know, and most of our council knows it went through LPA a couple days ago, last week, and so they'll see that first reading in April, the second reading in May. And so that was on our strategic plan last year. I think we can transition it off, but I mean, unless there's some other action council wants to see with that, more of an update.
So somebody talks about overlays, the overlays.
Yeah, the overlay district.
Yeah, overlays, the formula restaurants, formula businesses, they're all kind of rolled into that objective.
So let me ask that y'all consider this
Done.
sufficiently completed, we can just remove it, or we won't leave it for?
I think it's on the cusp of being completed.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll just eliminate it from this plan.
Okay.
Okay, Remembrance Park.
Remembrance Park, we will be bringing to council a recommendation for a contractor to begin phase 1 of Remembrance Park. I think in our bid, we had up to 12 months to complete that. I think the two presentations that we got, one said they can get it done in 6 months, one said 5 to 8 months, but, and so, you know, we're looking at probably the next budget year if we were to consider phase 2. And so whatever the priority is for the phase 2 of Remembrance Park.
So the objective will be to consider phase 2 for Remembrance Park, necessary phase 1.
You mean that by phase 2, we're talking about the retention areas?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I saw on my way in this morning, I saw heavy equipment on the Remembrance Park property. Is that,
If I had to guess, I would say it's either the trees or the water main from Country Club that we allowed them to use it as a laydown yard.
okay.
I think when we've done paving before, they've like kind of just used that area for staging,
Mhm.
just parking things overnight.
Expand your tree planting efforts was last year's objective.
Yep, I mean, that's going on right now. You've seen a lot of the holes out there on Tequesta Drive. I'd say, surprisingly, we've had some resistance to that tree planting process. I mean, all the trees are in the right-of-way. However, we've had several property owners don't want them. But we're working through that. Doug's meeting with property owners, trying to do our best. I know, you know, this would just be a phase 1. And so the phase 1 really was opposite of where we were doing our water main. So our water main that we're replacing on Country Club, on Tequesta Drive, in the future would be on the other side of the road, and then it hops over, I think, at Seabrook and goes down the other side. We weren't doing the trees with that phase until after we get through that section. So I guess if the desire is to continue with the tree planting efforts, you know, my I guess ask would be we start the planning phase when we have a better idea of when that water main would be done on the other sides of the roads, and or we can, you know, pick some different areas to to do that phase 2. But at this point, we don't have any additional phases in our capital improvement plan. But if that's a priority for you guys, then we'll do that. So I think the item would be phase 2 of the tree planting program would be the priority, you know, if,
So the objective will be to develop phase 2 tree planting based on factors that Jeremy just outlined.
Well, I hope that we're not allowing property owners to veto trees in front of property or in our property. That's just unacceptable. I mean, we can't have a bona fide canopy if they're saying, I want it, I don't want it, I want it, I don't, it's just not gonna work. That's one thing. The other question I have is, I saw a number of sable palms lying around. Say, just so everybody's clear, a tree versus a palm tree, a real tree absorbs more, what is it called? Greenhouse gases than a palm tree. So, I mean, if, I don't know what the distribution of trees is, if they're live oaks or whatever you're using, but it's okay for an occasional sable palm. It is a native tree to Florida, but you just should know that they don't absorb as much greenhouse gas as a regular tree. They're good for aesthetic purposes to do here and there, but they're not. They don't have the same greenhouse gas consumption as a real tree.
so I know at least one of the properties, well, I think 2 of the properties, you know, and this is Steve Parker that, you know, he was the original one that helped you on the original design of the tree canopy in Tequesta Drive and Country Club. He was the one that, you know, helped us, you know, redo the plans to I guess, repair the canopy. You know, there was 2 of the properties that one had 5 trees on their property already, and they didn't want a 6th. They were like, why do I'm already taking care of these? Because, you know, it's one thing to, you know, put in a tree and the village is gonna take care of it. We're putting in trees and telling you have to take care of it. And he says, like, they've already got 5 trees, they want it. So what we're trying to do is work with them, saying, all right, well, if you don't want it there, where, like, can we move it, you know, 10 feet here or 10 feet there? We're working with them, but, you know, we're here for our citizens too, so we don't want to be adversarial, so we're trying to work with them, but there will be some small adjustments to that tree canopy problem.
Well, I think you have a problem there with your part of your plan, and that is you want to put the tree in public right-of-way owned by all of us, and yet you want the property owner to maintain it?
That's the ordinance.
Well, that's ridiculous because, first of all, you don't want John Doe, who knows nothing about tree trimming, to start trimming trees. It's just...
If we start trimming all the trees in the right-of-way, we're gonna have to increase our budget quite a bit. I mean, that's been the process. We trim once a year. Some of these trees may need more. I mean, we're gonna have to increase our budget for tree trimming if we're gonna start doing it.
Well, so you're doing it, let me see if I got this straight. You're doing it at no charge to the no direct charge to the property owner, for example, on Country Club Drive.
The canopy.
The canopy, okay.
Get away from the road.
So how do you make the Tequesta Drive resident?
No, we trim trees once a year.
Okay, so you'll trim all of the trees that you're currently planting eventually?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'm okay with that. Once a year is fine, but I wouldn't want, you know, John Doe to walk out there and start playing arborist when he or she has no brain relative to what you do with a tree. That's risky. But yeah,
Is that a problem?
What's that?
Is that a real problem?
No, we're gonna trim once a year. I mean, unless you hear otherwise, I mean, it's not a problem.
Other than emergency time.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of going forward with a tree planting plan, yeah.
This one we budgeted 75,000. Are we spending all?
For this year,
Right.
yeah.
Are we spending all of it? You think?
It'll be a little bit less. I think the number I saw was like 68,000 or something along those lines. There was like 65 different trees. We had to remove some that were damaged or had I don't know if you call it a sickness to it or a diseased tree. So we had to remove a couple. But so yeah, we're gonna spend I think $68,000 was the estimate we got.
Okay, so the objective here being, Frankie, is consider phase 2 of the expand the tree plan, develop phase 2 of the tree plan. Our next item is critical land areas. You know, the like keep us open space, green space, etc. Obviously, in today's land market in Florida, that's challenging, as well as what is available.
Yeah, I mean, when we started this item last year and we put it in, you know, it was prior to the bond. So a bond was one way to address this item. You know, as everybody knows, the bond did not pass. So the only the other avenue that we have is through the development process of requiring open space in the commercial corridor. Other than that, I think it's just, is there anything additionally, anybody else want to do anything with that? Other than that, I mean, I think it can be transitioned off unless there's additional thoughts.
Well, it's, so again, from the survey, this last, I think the last 2 years too, under the Parks and Rec maintenance, connectivity for walking and biking and acquisition of new open space were the top rated. The walking, biking, I think falls under mobility, which we already decided to have as a topic, but you know, acquisition of the new open space continues to be one of, you know, the top two. But like I said, yeah, the bond didn't pass. I think there was reasons that we all, you know, lessons learned of why it probably didn't pass. Because there's been, I remember that year and, you know, this year there's been in other municipalities very successful bond initiatives that were passed. And the bond, granted some of the cities were bigger, but the bond value was like way more than what ours was. So I think, you know, our approach wasn't the best with that. But it's interesting because the residents keep saying they want it, but the bond didn't pass. Like, how are we addressing that?
Can we revisit the bond? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know the history of it. I don't know if it was not worded properly or not lobbied or marketed. That I don't know, but can we revisit it opposed to?
You can, but the problem, in my opinion, was the village failed to set forth a clear plan as to what they would buy or where they would buy if they received those public dollars.
It was too open-ended. Like, and I know, you know, Jupiter's plan kept being referenced during the process, but Jupiter had a very specific list of properties they were, you know, identified. So yeah, I think the vagueness and the timing was bad because I think it was right when, you know, inflation just really hit its highest peak. So I think the timing wasn't great there either. So I think you had kind of two factors.
So for me, it was a little bit of, I fully understand the wording was not amazing. The other thing that I think I said at a meeting that our residents need to understand too is, unlike Jupiter, we don't have a lot of natural areas that we were seeking. So we couldn't just put addresses. A lot of the things that we would acquire possibly have a home on them. Some of them some of the open spaces had just been purchased by somebody, and possibly the village might have been able to go in negotiations with that. But again, it was such a delicate, how do we put that offer on public record and maybe go into a purchasing battle with another developer that might approach that developer, and it was just such a delicate for that one. We have in the past have residents who back up to some of our current parks. They have little Florida homes, and they have thrown out the idea to the village, hey, if I want to sell my home because we need a bigger home, would the village be interested in buying my property? But then they want market value, not worth value. And then it was just, again, without going into an actual, yes, we're going to buy your home, we didn't have at the moment to put specific addresses. And for our, I don't want to say situation, but the way that we are in Tequesta, a lot of it would be acquiring land that probably has something on it already, that then if we purchase it, we'd have to put a little money towards whether we demo it and turn it into a park extension. Or for me, it was just a delicate and complicated of how do we put an address on the bond when we kind of need to just work on building the trust of our public and putting word structure into that bond where if it passed, it could only be used for this, this, or this. And I think that's where the mistrust came from the residences. There wasn't specifics on where would this money go. They were fearful of like a loophole and maybe future council not sticking to the goal of using it for acquirations and
Yeah, there was some weird
Yeah.
language about transportation.
there was a
there.
transportation for connect. I mean, I get it. I'm not disagreeing, but I think if we ever went down that road again, it has to be very specific as to if we can't put a specific address on it, we be specific with what the monies are being used for and the process of how they would go about.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably the better way to go about it because a lot of times things come at the village for opportunity. They're, hey, we're moving. Do you want this house? And then to go through a bond just for specifically of that property, it's such a time-consuming process. We have to go on a ballot. I know it's going to be future planning for the village of us putting like a kitty together, but we have to really be smarter about the wording for if a bond goes through, the residents need to be assured of how the process is for that money, where it can be spent, like very specific. So there's no
Well,
loopholes.
there's restrictions because you can only put so many words on
Oh, that's
the
part too,
ballot,
is the
but
ballot
then,
having
and
that
then there, what, was it
limitation.
2 years ago or 3 years ago, the state passed, you might be aware of the law that, we can't lobby for anything that's on a ballot. So we had a town, like an informational town hall, council couldn't attend, it was a whole thing that obviously Keith oversaw to make sure we were in compliance. So that makes it tricky as well. But, since then, and I think I can't remember if we were kind of working on them at the same time, but we did, put together, what, is it a open space acquisition plan? What's the technical name on it? So it outlines a process. If, for example, a property owner approached us, how would we handle that? If we want to go after, a certain property, how would we address that? And, so I don't know if you want to
Yeah,
chime
it
in
was
on
just
that.
parkland purchase policy, like how we would prioritize the purchasing of park space. And I think there was some criteria in there. It's been a while since we looked at that, but, I don't know if we put it was right around the same time, so I don't know if it got out in front, but even if it did get out in front, we couldn't say it was out in front. We didn't have an opportunity to put it back out there, so.
How often does this come up? I know, like, there was one near Constitution Park that at one point came up.
Twice.
That same one? Mm-hmm. Is this something that otherwise comes up somewhat regularly?
There was one on Seabrook Road too that backed up to Remembrance Park.
That's been for sale twice. It
Okay.
was recently. I don't know if it's still for sale. And
Yeah.
see, that's because again, like that property and that house actually has historical significance. So it's like, would you turn it into like more of a history museum, like add it to Remembrance Park and make it like a history museum kind of thing instead of demolishing? So it's like that. That is not necessarily open space, but you are acquiring that for.
But that's what I mean, like, it had to be so specific to each
Yeah.
piece. It's hard to put on a bond very specifically an address and the purpose, because it's gonna be opportunities that arise. And then I'll say it, I know it's the elephant in the room, Paradise Park. I mean, it was
Man, that'd be awesome.
owned by the village, not owned by the village, it was purchased, then it was like, could we maybe offer, and the bond didn't go through, and now, there's rumors of what's happening now, so I know that was on, there was some comments about buy Paradise Park on our survey, and that, I'm not saying it's gone or whatever, but that would be a prime example is if we were prepared for something like that, or if a shopping center somewhere else came up and it backed up to some land that's behind it that's not developed, like behind the church or something, and it just, we're gonna have to be more goal-oriented than reactive, more proactive.
I think we need to focus on where do we need a park, for example. And if you look at the three peninsulas on that map over there, you can see if you lived on Beach Road on the Jupiter Island Peninsula to the most to the east, they can go up to Coral Cove Park and have open space, but there's also playground equipment in Coral Cove
Yeah.
Park. You come to the Tequesta Peninsula, the big one that we're on right now where we sit, you've got Constitution Park and soon to have Remembrance Park. Constitution Park has playground equipment, so that's another thing. But when you get to the Tequesta Country Club, there's nothing. I mean, there's a big golf course it's recreation open space, and that's a good thing for the water table, for example, except for the poisons that they put on the golf course. But if you look at availability, I suppose they're using it as a retention pond, but it is the Presbyterian Church's place that floods when there's a heavy rain. But if that could be engineered to not flood and still meet all the South Florida water, that would be a great place to have a fairly large pocket park where there would be playground equipment and what other amenities that you want, where young families could just traverse through the sidewalk system and go there. And so all three peninsulas would have that basic sort of formula available to them. And that particular peninsula doesn't have that at all.
There's also the County Line property too. That's empty, but it's privately owned. And that gentleman has
Right.
tried to put a couple different designs there.
It's still in lawsuits.
So I mean, again, like there's open space, but then there's opportunities that are creative, like someone offering their property because they want to move and they're trying to be kind-hearted and hey, we back up to this that the village owns.
Well, I know when we were doing the park purchase plan, I mean, this staff did put together a list. I think it was properties that were incorporated, and there were some unincorporated, but you know, obviously in our area. And we looked at that. I can't remember. I mean, we looked at that, and then I know, Jeremy, there's a standard that like everyone should be within a 1 mile radius or something, and like we meet that. So I remember we kind of, I don't remember exactly, but I feel like we just kind of came at a stalemate and didn't really move forward after we had that last meeting with like looking at the potential properties and then realizing like we're already meet that standard. So where exactly do we identify, you know, prime areas to try to acquire something? So.
Yeah, the APA has a standard, ideal standard of a half mile, that everybody should be within a 10-minute walk of a park. And so if you put a half-mile radius around all the parks, including Banyan Tree Park, which is over there, nearly all of Tequesta is covered by a half-mile radius. Like I'd say, like 90-something% of it is within a half mile. Not necessarily our park, so. But you got Banyan Tree Park, you have Constitution Remembrance Park, County Line, you have Gelona, you have Coral Cove. So basically, there's a park within a 10-minute walk from everybody in Tequesta. So then you know, if you're going by that standard, not a playground or just it could be a passive park, whatever, we meet that standard. So we'd have to really look at other criteria. Do we want, you know, every park to have a playground within a half mile or something like that? But we meet that APA criteria.
I mean,
Do you hear a significant community demand for additional park space?
Well, 2 years in a row, it's been
Yeah.
acquiring more space has been top of the survey under the Parks and Rec question.
A lot of my clients, it's all about sports fields. Sports fields.
Cool.
we wish.
We've been down that
Been there
path.
for that. Tequesta Park has us covered there, so I think I don't know that the community would be in favor of seeing anything else outside the Tequesta Park based on our public parks master plan process
There's
we
more
went through.
playgrounds.
Sports fields, yes, like what we have, but no athletic complexes. There was, yeah.
I mean, to Lori's point, it would be nice to have some more flexibility on this. I just don't know how to get there.
I don't either. Like,
But
work
it would be nice to be able to act, like, if somehow Paradise Park became an option, to at least have the ability to consider it or act, but I don't, it's kind of tricky.
Right, and that's what happened the first time. There was
Yeah.
never any plan, and we got the appraisals, and we're like, whoa,
Yeah.
where are we gonna
Yeah.
come up with that money? We just, it was never planned for, and we weren't prepared, and we unfortunately didn't have the funds, so.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just not in the cards to expand at this time. I mean, you know, yes, people have, you ask people, do you like parks, you want more? Of course they say yes, but then you gotta let them know, okay, well, it's $5 million to buy that piece of property, or whatever. Just, there's the other side of the equation that the person filling out the survey may not be aware of, is that availability and the cost. And that we meet certain criteria that say we have enough.
If I was to put even maybe a positive spin on, and it piggybacks a little bit of what Mayor said, is that, you know, 4.5 years ago, when I got here, we were not in a good financial situation. When we didn't have a reserve, I think, Patrick asked if this happened, has this come up? Well, not really since I've been here, but we haven't really had any money to even consider it. And so, I know when that property came up that, Vice Mayor was talking about, I mean, a $750,000 ask wasn't even in our cards, so, but I think as our reserves have gotten back to where they need to, and this council and the past councils that have done this have really started building that reserve, I think, if we get one of those asks, $750,000, it may not be out of the cards in the future, and we can do that one-time expenditure, not recurring costs. And so, maybe that's the answer is, individual basis, if something comes up. I don't know that the Paradise Park will ever be in the cards at $5 or $6 million, but, maybe that's the avenue in the future, or, we have some reserves that'll help us, with some debt service or something like that. So maybe in the future we can have some more discussion and be more positive about those discussions, I guess.
That's essentially how City of Parkland did it. They built up their reserves, and then they were able to get a bank loan.
Yeah.
Bought property and had sufficient funds to pay off the loan. So, private transaction, in essence.
Yep.
Well, in terms of that, do we just want to take this off as an objective right now? You want to leave it on for just, in everybody's head? Something happens.
Well, we're definitely gonna
think leave it on.
move forward with Remembrance Park, which is a major,
That's
Yeah,
already
I'm really
done.
talking about the purchase additional.
Let's just leave it on, let them vote on it if nobody.
Yeah, we'll leave that. All right, entry features on US 1 Dixie.
This was a discussion that's been on for a couple of years. We, where it's led us is to the, improving Old Dixie and the medians on Old Dixie. A year ago, we had a discussion with the county as the 5-year plan had come up, and they agreed or discussed the idea of sharing some of the planning cost with those medians, and I think we got an estimate at the time of $65,000. We budgeted for in our CIP. As it's came back around again to talk about it, they're still weighing that on whether they're going to pay half, and that's just the planning cost. We estimate, just a ballpark estimate of, to put in the medians, a couple $100,000. They won't pay for those costs, and so it gets into the discussion about that's Old Dixie, that's the county. Should we fund both of those, the planning and the medians in there? I think it's a very good aesthetic appeal, maybe even some safety enhancements. But we would be taking on those costs, and and I don't think the county is going to pay for the overall project. Maybe we can get some planning costs, but that's however you guys want to prioritize that. We'll move forward or not. It's up to you guys. So,
well, I think the median, providing for all of the medians identified in the plan I think is Treasure Coast, or plans that the EAC did, through me.
Tom Bradford.
That went to you. But you don't have to do them all at the same time.
But this is separate. This is the entry features. This isn't the
well, but
medians.
it's really transition because we're not. As you come in Tequesta, that was one of the entry features. As you kind of come in, you'd see some medians and soften it up on Old Dixie. We talked about. I mean, we can go any direction you want. We talked about. 2 years ago, we talked about getting a grant for the medians on US 1 and doing that, and we punted on the idea of going for a grant for that. We have talked about putting in some sod and maybe some plantings on the Gelona property as you come into Tequesta. So we've talked about 3 different directions for that. I mean, nothing is really stuck as we've kind of moved forward with those, and so however you guys, if you prioritize that, I'm all ears.
But I would just real quick. To me, I think the entry features and the Dixie medians should remain separate, because the medians really kicked off under the master commercial corridor plan, and we already did the conceptual for those, for the medians in Old Dixie, right? So I feel like since that's already in progress, like we should really keep those two, my opinion, keep them two separate things.
Where would an Old Dixie entrance feature be?
We were when we were talking about Old Dixie, it would be like a median that come in on Old Dixie in my mind, because that intersection at Bridge Road, which is right about where we start our property limits, that intersection on Bridge Road and Old Dixie, we have traffic issues and we have some safety concerns of trying to put in a median and, you know, obviously put in some landscaping to try to beautify it a little bit. That was, in my mind, that's where we were going with that entry feature into Tequesta off Old Dixie.
Well, I think that's, you know, however you categorize it, I think that that's all part of a long-term Old Dixie plan. And if you want to start with the entrance feature, that's fine with me. I don't have any qualms about that. I just think long-term we ought to, you know, get as much money from the county as we can get and do them. It's maybe, what, 3 more medians that would be done in the whole stretch, and build those as we can afford them, and then landscape them, and then eventually you'll have a nice thoroughfare that runs through our town.
Is there even room for a median?
Yeah,
Not like Old Dixie
today
or
they're
anything?
there, but
It's
only
design, or
only
the
painted.
conceptual.
Yeah.
Do you wanna share that with all council? Does everyone have it?
What's that?
The
I don't have
conceptual for the Old Dixie median?
I just remember the
I've
median
seen it.
cost was like,
I mean,
I fell out of my chair when I saw
We're
it.
talking just south Old Dixie or the whole
whole-
north?
The whole thing I
south
remember
and
we
north?
got.
Based off our commercial corridor plans, like we funded that, I think it was like 60,000 or
Yeah, I do
something
remember that.
from
I'm talking
when
about
we
the
did
south side though,
budget.
because I know they put the sticks up. Yeah, I mean, I see it. We could always remove that lane over there. I remember the cost of the medians for the whole Old Dixie, and it was like, ruh-roh.
Yeah, do it that's why you do it piecemeal.
Well, we were trying to get the county to get on board, but they were like,
Well, we're still working.
Well,
on that.
they have a responsibility to pave it, there's no doubt about that. And they're probably holding off to see what we're gonna do, and then we're holding
well,
off
that's
to
why we
see
even
what they're
did the
gonna do.
plan, because they were asking us, like, do we have a plan put in
Right.
place for it? That's why we even did that.
Well, don't we have one now?
Yeah, Jeremy will share it.
But
with
I've always
everyone.
been more in favor of doing Old Dixie versus the US one by the lighthouse, because that's a confusing area by the lighthouse anyways, because it's part Jupiter, part us.
Yeah.
You don't really enter Tequesta there, but everyone, all of our taxpayers all take Old Dixie every day. So I always favor doing the road for the residents versus people driving up and down US one.
Well, whatever plants you see on US 1 were there by virtue of a DOT grant that we took.
Well, then there was them too we have to deal with too. Like, I always felt like Old Dixie was more achievable, and it was
Yeah.
prioritizing our residents will see it more than people passing through. I'd rather do that one first.
So do we want to maybe revise this and drop US 1 entry features and just make this, you know, continue like the beautification process of Old Dixie or however we want to
Should
word it?
always be
Since we're
looking at it.
already
Yeah, we've already invested in it.
Continue,
So let's.
just
Drop the
beautification, drop the US 1 entries.
yeah.
Unless we want to make it a separate, I personally think it's
Yeah, I
super
would
low
separate
priority
it.
based on all the other things we are
I
going
would
to need to
separate
fund, but
the US one and the Old
we could,
Dixie.
if council still wants to keep it on, keep the entries for US 1, beautify the,
Two objectives.
yeah.
Because they'd be phased anyways.
All right, US 1 entries and beautification of Old Dixie.
When we talk about the US 1 entry, we're specifically talking about the medians or the signage also?
Just like the signage, so coming north and south, I mean,
Yeah.
that's the,
I like the old signs, but they could be improved a little bit. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm not against it. It's
Yeah.
just which one would we start with is what I
Gotcha.
always, when I
So,
have to
I
look.
want to make sure I got this. You guys are saying that by making reference to US 1 entry, that you don't like what's there today? Is that what we're talking about?
I personally don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's something funds should go towards on both the US 1 entries, but that has been past
brought up.
2 years at least, I think, on a strategic plan to
I mean, I'm
beautify those entrances.
I think Doug has spruced them up, and added more lighting to them, the functional lighting that comes on it. But I don't have a problem with the US 1 wall that says Village of Tequesta,
Mm-hmm.
may say welcome, I don't remember, but to me, they're okay.
I
Well,
agree.
and we'll just have a separate objective, and if you think they're okay?
Yeah.
Choose no.
Fair.
Yeah.
Then we won't put any effort on US one.
To me, it's Dixie that needs help.
He says nothing.
All right, we'll have two separate objectives, one about beautification of Old Dixie, improvement of entry features, US one, and
That's good.
okay, let's go, updating the comprehensive plan.
This one's fairly simple, I think. The EAC was tasked with reviewing the comprehensive plan for environmental impacts and how we can improve our code on the environmental aspect side. They have done a complete analysis going through all the sections. They have turned it over to staff. It's on, we'll say it's on my desk until we get fully staffed. In the development side, we will look at that, and so we can take and, you know, as we feel like there's some improvements to be for the comprehensive plan after the staff reviews it, we'll make some recommendations to we'll bring those to council for consideration, and then we can make some changes to the comp plan as deemed necessary by council. So, you know, I think we can leave that one on there. If you know, if we want to put a C, or I think it's in the works, but it might be still good to keep on there, just so we're all aware that it's on there and we don't lose track of it.
Well, you don't have much choice, you have to update it.
Yeah, it's happening.
Well, we have to update it every, I think,
5, 7.
I think that's 7 years, and we just updated it last year. So in theory, we wouldn't have to update it again for 6 years, except for if we want to really look at these aspects of the environmental sooner than later. I think we leave it on our comp plan, on our strategic plan, so we look at them sooner than later. Otherwise, we can just take all those recommendations, and in 4 or 5 years, we can bring them up, and I don't think that would be appropriate, considering the EAC spent a lot of time on them. At least the council can at least consider them and decide which direction they want to go.
Consider them what?
Consider the recommendations that you guys made, if they
Oh,
want to
yeah,
include
okay,
those in the
okay.
comp plan.
All right, I'm with you. One thing I'd like to say is that I wanted to let everybody know that when you think of comprehensive plan and the strategic plan is subordinate to the comprehensive plan. Comprehensive plan is superior in order of importance. However, the strategic plan can be used for implementation of things on an annual basis that relate to the comprehensive plan. In other words, a document to help you implement the priorities that are indicated in the comprehensive plan. And it can address other things that are not related to the comp plan, which is what we currently tend to do. And so all I wanted to say is that when you have an existing comp plan with existing goals, objectives, and priorities, and we need to improve the nexus, the link between the comp plan and the strategic plan, so that the strategic plan is used more as a stronger tool relative to the implementation of the priorities that are listed in the comp plan as it currently exists. And that's just a thing, you might not believe it, you might not think it's worthy, but if you use it as a tool to work on the priorities, then you can't be accused of not addressing the priorities that are in the comp plan. That's all I'm saying, is it needs to be a stronger nexus to help at least see what the most cities they adopt a comp plan and they just totally forget about it. And sometimes it comes back to haunt you, because there'll be things that are stated in the comp plan that you will do and you haven't done it, and then you can get sued for it, and it's not pretty. So I just think we need to have more using the strategic plan to make it more knowledgeable, make the elected officials and staff more knowledgeable about the content of the comp plan would be beneficial to adding that sort of focus within the strategic plan. Just my editorial comment, that's all. Unsolicited editorial comment.
Doesn't that even know? Okay. Village's carbon footprint.
That was an initiative that came up, and we put it on a strategic plan last year. Just, find items, and we did a plan or a analysis by ICLEI. They helped us find several items that we can work on to reduce the carbon footprint. Obviously, the water treatment plant is probably the highest user of energy in the village. We have several water treatment plant energy and efficiencies coming up, so we're addressing some of that. I think there's some other recommendations on there, but that initiative, trying to do our part to reduce our carbon footprint.
So you've identified a number of things, objectives really continue.
Yeah, I mean, there's a plan. I think it's just, like I said, the water plant was the biggest thing to tackle, which we are. So we just, tackling the rest of that plan that ICLEI put together.
An aggressive tree planting plan is a reduction in greenhouse gases. And the other thing is, I noticed, I think it was last month, I watched it on YouTube, the EAC is still working on pinpointing grants that would be available to the village for things like photovoltaic cells, EV charging stations, other things. So that should be coming down the pike at some point in time.
Okay, enforcement. Golf carts, e-bikes, my understanding the issue is some fairly young children take the golf carts out. Obviously, they're all kind of ruled around using golf carts in municipalities, but I guess I'll have those, but as well as I think there were some questions about speeding on them and stuff, so any comments about that?
I've noticed that I'm seeing more golf carts with the Florida license plate, meaning they've gone through the Department of Motor Vehicles process, which I think is a good thing, which allows them to drive on any street in the village. But occasionally I see some crazy teenagers zipping through my neighborhood doing crazy stuff and almost tipping over, etc. But I'm glad to see most of them. If you want to go about town properly, you need to have a registered DMV golf cart. Mm-hmm. The e-bikes, we have on our books the law, the statute says e-bikes aren't allowed on sidewalks. Okay, but most people, if you want to stay alive, if you drive a bicycle, a foot-pedaled bicycle, you're probably in Florida wise to be on a sidewalk. So I asked this question. I struggle with this. If an e-bike person is driving at a reasonable speed and not recklessly, is there really a problem with them being on the sidewalk? I just, if my child were not, how old is he now? 34 years old. If he was a teenager, I would want him to ride his e-bike. He'd want one, I know that. He would, but I tell him on the sidewalk, but to be safe. But that law says you can't have an e-bike on a sidewalk. It just seems strange to me. I wonder if others feel that way. I don't know.
So we brought this up twice because the state allows you to have it on the sidewalk, have it on the road, or both. The state gives you the option. You cannot prohibit them, so you have to allow them on the sidewalk, on the road, or both. And so we brought this up to council. Council at the time said we don't want them on the sidewalks because of people walking, and so they put them on the roads. One other time, might have been Kyle or something, asked to revisit it, and so we brought it back up. The council decided the same thing. They don't want them on the sidewalk, so they took no action.
I remember.
And so, it's at the will of the council and where they want them, but that's what has transpired up to this point.
Is this an issue for the safety of the walkers or the safety of the person on the bike?
I think both, probably.
It was
Tom's was,
it was a mix.
yeah.
I mean, it was such a weird conversation. So if a younger child is using their e-bike on the sidewalk and they're going at a very mild pace or pedaling, because you can alternate, and they're not being reckless and literally doing 25 miles an hour down the sidewalk, no one's really got an issue with that. And cops aren't going to exactly stop them because they're casually going on the sidewalk. The issue comes with those who are ruining it for everyone else, and they're flying down. We have walkers, people with dogs, people with strollers, and it kind of came into the conversation with, should golf carts be on the sidewalk or not? But that has a motor as well. The conversation between the e-bike has a motor technically, like a golf cart, but then again, they could be using their feet to cycle, so how does an officer know which one they're using? So it's kind of hard to tell. But again, for me, being here in the village for X amount of years now, I think if no one's bothering the rules and not being a jerk about it, you know, to say it bluntly, no one has an issue with it. But it's what do we do with the ones who are ruining it for others? If you want to fly on your e-bike, take the road, because you're going to be flying. I mean, and for me, when we look at this kind of topic, there's nothing I think we can do, like budget-wise, or the law's already there. The state's putting laws in place. I think all we can do is really support our law enforcement to do their job. Like if they stop a youth-aged person to tell them, hey, here are the state laws. These are becoming issues. They're trying to talk with them. They're not necessarily arresting them or anything, but don't get angry at them. They're trying to let you know, you can use the sidewalk, but don't go 25 miles an hour. I just think the council might have to just really back our law enforcement so they can do their job to keep everyone safe and make sure everyone's using good choices when they're on a sidewalk. And then we also revisited widening the sidewalks. So what if we made them wider so everyone can use them, but we logistically couldn't do that in some areas because of the size.
You can't widen the Tequesta Bridge. That was like, you have like a
Yeah.
choke point right there, out the gate.
Yeah, so there's even like logistics that we try to solve it with, and I just think it comes down to if everyone just uses their head.
Yeah, but see, this puts the police in a precarious position.
It does.
It's it's either, if I were enforcing this law, I want a clear line. Either your e-bike is allowed or it is not allowed. It's that simple. You can't say, oh, the person was a child and they were only going 10 miles an hour. That's okay. I'm driving by in my SUV in a police vehicle. You want me to be the judge and decide? Is that what, I mean, either it is or isn't.
Yeah.
Make it simple.
So
I think you have a safety issue either way, right? So you have a safety issue if you allow golf carts and the e-bikes on the sidewalk, where you have pedestrians, dogs, children, strollers, but then you have a safety issue with putting them in the street. I mean, you really have to weigh which you think is a bigger safety issue, because it's a tough decision. But like with the golf carts and the e-bikes, we've revisited them all many times since I've been on council, and we kind of just land at the same spot. And I personally think that, our law enforcement is doing a really good job there's messaging out there all the time. I've seen them, having people stop with golf carts to educate them, and, they have the new, like, palm cards they did for bikes and e-bikes. It's, double-sided, and I think they're doing a good job of educating the public and doing their job on enforcement, so.
Well, the objective is to maintain current policy and encourage more public education.
I think that's the best route to go right now.
I mean, I do agree with Mayor. I mean, the police are doing a good job. They're following as well as council. The state keeps changing some of these laws or tweaking them, and they are trying their best to put that information out. Even when the golf cart law changed, because the state was matching it, they changed it to 16. I mean, they were doing their job, and that's why they are stopping people. I really want our residents to understand they're doing their job. It's kind of like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, what do you want them to do? Like, if they don't stop, you get mad because they aren't stopping kids, but then when they do stop them, you're getting mad because it's your kid. It's like, I just think, overall, we need to stay on the same path, keep informing of laws that are tweaking or changing, and just keep informing, but back our law enforcement to do their job. Like, they're trying We just need to support them.
But I come down to this. There's a boy across the street from me who just turned 12. And for his birthday, his parents, who I know, they bought him an e-bike. You know, they make him wear a helmet, thank you very much. But so what the law basically in Tequesta is saying, okay, this 12-year-old boy has to ride his e-bike on the street. Down Seabrook, down Tequesta Drive.
Mm-hmm.
He's only 12. Why couldn't he drive it, I understand what the law says, but that you're putting a 12-year-old child with an e-bike, requiring them to drive on the street in their proper lane, et cetera, et cetera. To me, that's risky. I know what I was like when I was 12.
So my question would be, again, like, let's say law enforcement sees that child. Is that child following the rules if it's on the sidewalk? Are they stopping at the stop signs? Because I've heard from law enforcement that's an issue right now, is they're flying through the small intersections, not stopping at stop signs, and they're full force.
But are you interchanging sidewalk and, so
Well, that's the
why
problem.
why would a child who knows the law be on the sidewalk on an e-bike?
But
Yes,
that's
they
what-
are. I've seen them on the
That's why
sidewalk.
we
I
got
see them
charged,
driving
so.
in the grass all the time. There's like a little kind of hill right here, and you can see a worn path. I've literally seen kids on e-bikes jump that and make it a little ramp and jump over. I mean, they're all over the place on these bikes. They just are.
But if the policeman sees that, what's he gonna tell that person? If he stops to speak to them about the e-bike what's he gonna tell them? He has to tell them, you're not supposed to be here.
Right. They're gonna educate them on what the
Right.
law says and what they're supposed to do.
For me, if I was a law enforcement, I would look at it as, is that kid being responsible? I mean, is there no one around that person on the sidewalk, or are they like being
So why do you have that
wild?
law then?
I
Why
didn't
is
make the law.
Well, you
And then-
voted for it.
And then it came down to law enforcement expressed to council at that time. How does an officer determine by looking at a person of any age on an e-bike, are they bicycling, or are they using the motor? And yeah, you can see the feet
And
not
the
moving,
speed.
but you could gear up and then you don't pedal and you coast. So we did hear that from the officer point of view, is how do you actually know that they're not pedaling and then coasting? Like, where did their enforcement really comes in? It's not a lovely thing to talk about. It's hard to really nail down black and white.
Well, they've handed out the document at the
I
last
know.
council meeting that says.
And the state is recognizing it. I mean,
Tells
this
you-
isn't new. And Mr. Stone, when he was here, and he knew several kids of youth age that started to get them, and then the adults got them, and they're still very expensive, but the cost will get more affordable as time goes on, just like everything else. They won't be as new, and then everyone's gonna get them, and here they are. They're coming in like troves. Christmas passed, and it was like, woo! Right?
I mean, y'all can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, if I had a child that was that age and they wanted an e-bike, I'd get them one, but I would want them to be on the sidewalk. I would not want my 12-year-old teenager to be in the lane of traffic.
Rick, do you have any input? I don't know if you can hear me.
Thank you. I would say with respect to this, in the last 2 months, I can tell you, and I'm saying no less than 125 different homeowners mentioned to me the e-bike safety issue. And I think today's conversation, could continue to evolve into how do we want to change the ordinance or anything like that. But, I think for the point of the strategic plan, we continue to educate based on the current law. But it's important. I'm telling you, that's equally as important as the golf cart issue. And so I'm telling you, it's on the mind of residents. I mean, again, over the last 2 months, all the doors are knocked on, that's what comes up. But again, I think maybe warrants a further discussion, not today, but, we want to change that, because there's arguments for each side. But it's important, and I think it's something that we need to keep on the radar and keep on our list. Again, I apologize for coming and going into this meeting, but to keep it on the list and continue our education based on the current law or change our ordinances. But it's important, guys. I'm telling you, there's a lot of interested parties out there.
I mean, historically,
I
there
apologize for the
is,
feedback.
always has been.
That's good. Well, some of the objectives contained in the current law of public education. Obviously, this is an evolving thing. It's not going to go away. You're right. At some point, to be flooded with e-bikes and golf carts, and
And that goes up under the mobility plan, and like,
All those, all
having a
two
plan
items
better
together.
for that.
Okay. Let's talk about the next item, since the community events. I guess y'all sponsor a number of events. I think it's more, it's about continuing to do those community events. It's important to the town.
I noticed in the recent survey that there were some comments about there need to be more events geared towards adults, maybe is what they said. Words, I think adults or older people maybe. There may be some validity to that. I mean, most of what we do is for geared towards younger families with, you know, younger children, which is fine. I mean, that's what they need. But I did see that in that survey results. It seemed like there was a number of people felt there needed to be more adult or senior adult events that would be interesting to them, is something I took away from it. Did you have the same,
There was a
Jeremy?
couple on that commented on that, and I want to say, I'm trying to look because I highlighted those. I feel like one even said like we need more for younger ages too. I feel like there was a variety, but in general there was like, I kind of made a note of all ages, like just a better variety for everyone.
I know when I go to the family events, whether it be the food truck or other, I notice just by looking that, you know, the older people like the music. They're sort of settled around the gazebo to hear the music. So that just tells me that's something older people like, you know, is listening to the live music. But I don't know what applies to older people except maybe pickleball, but that's not an event. That's just a game, you know. But I don't know what that would be.
So I think our rec department, continues to evolve with events. I mean, especially we have 46 different time slots with like 7 or 8 different things that you can sign up for. Pickleball, we have yoga for adults, we have fitness for older people, we have gymnastics, we have, some kids programming. We did do Bridge the Gap last year. I would argue that that's a almost completely adult, event, when we sold alcohol there. Or we didn't sell alcohol, we allowed it. Could make the argument that, the food trucks are evenly adult, just as much fun for the adults as they are kids. And so, we'll continue to look at, making sure that we provide that sense of community. I think that's important. That's one that, I've highlighted every year, and I think Greg and his team continue to evolve and look for different ways. But if there's a true, desire for us to just plan more senior events, I mean, we will, but I think we do a pretty good job mixing, like Molly said. I think somebody said we didn't do enough kids events. So, I think, maybe they're not informed on all the events that we're doing, all the opportunities that we have at the rec center, and we have kids night out, Easter program, so I guess I need more context or direction on that if there's a feeling that we're not doing one or the other.
I'll give you some context. I love events, and I've always supported our park and rec if we have the budget and the staff to even do it, which I know in the past we've had limited staff and hours to knock out some extra events during the year. I've always supported multiple age events. I've always, I don't want to say warned Greg, but when we had an influx of young families and people having baby after baby, we had a ton of babies and toddlers, and if people don't move, those kids grow up. So we have to pivot our events and our activities to match the age of them growing up. Same thing with our seniors. We have retirees, their kids go off to college. So now how do we entertain them? How do we give them something to do as a community? I think priority, community events for me are high priority, because once you lose them, like, let's just imagine we didn't have any of them. Like, it would just feel like any other town. It would be really stale. People would probably never come out of their houses and mingle. They are high priority for me. Now, if I wasn't on council, I would probably totally try to go work for the Park and Rec Department, because Halloween could have 2 different events. They could have the kid-friendly event, And then you can pull in your teens and give them volunteer hours by turning them into zombies and doing a very scary night. And the adults could very much enjoy coming through an actual haunted park. I mean, there's 1,000 things that could be done, but again, it comes down to budget and staff, time, and feasibility that they even can pull things off. I've always been very supportive of whatever they want to do. If they want to pivot, if they want to try something new, which they have, and Bridge the Gap was a new thing, supported that, and it turned out very well. If something doesn't turn out well, they take those results and feedback and pivot and try something else or tweak it, and I think they're in the good path. I just don't want to ever lose our events of any kind. We need those, because it's, whether someone misses one or not, if you lose them all together, you've lost your village community.
So the objective is really to continue to evolve
Yeah.
your events and recreation programs, exchanging needs of the community. And
Yeah.
someday you'll have pickleball.
Or bingo.
Well, there
I think we
isn't
mentioned
there-
bingo once.
I mean, there's
We got
pickleball.
pickleball, we got pickleball
There's-
classes, we got pickleball tournaments we've had, we have, instruction of
band
pickleball, we have indoor, we have outdoor. So we have van clans, we have kids night out, we got,
Before,
There's a lot.
before we had the new rec center, we talked about bingo night once, and there was a reason why we couldn't do it. And it's, for me, it's not
My
a
daughter
senior
would love
thing.
bingo.
Like, it
Oh,
is,
My
I
daughter
would
is
totally
obsessed
go.
with bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
so
play
I
it at
mean,
home
if
all
maybe
the
we could
time.
revisit maybe doing bingo night, because it's fun for all
You do,
ages,
like-
not kids,
Sure.
but all adult ages, and then maybe bring in a vendor too.
Bingo in the park, you know, like,
It's
doesn't
pretty
have
awesome.
to be
Bingo's pretty
inside.
awesome.
What is van clans? I've
That's
never,
awesome.
I've never known what it
I
actually
love
is.
van clans.
they take a group of seniors, they'll take them to a
Field trip.
Oh, that, the
field
field
trip
trip thing, okay, yeah.
I
that-
think that's
I've
fantastic.
seen-
That's
That's a
awesome.
good senior
My mom does
event.
something
Yeah.
similar down south, and
I
it's
think it's
so
monthly.
fun.
Once a month
Don't
they
quote
do.
me on that. It might be every other month, but.
I mean, I'm a
that's
little
cool.
envious that I can't go because I'm not 55 and older. That is, I love Vance Clans. I think that's an amazing thing they
Sure.
started.
A younger
Let's go to the
generation
next
of
goal,
van clans,
financial
that'd be
stability.
fun.
Well, anything else under this
Bar
goal
crawl.
before we leave? Is anything that's disappointing?
Maybe, I think this would maybe go under this, the enhance the character and culture of the village is something that continued to come up, throughout the survey, kind of two parts, but could be similar. So noise pollution came up as an issue multiple times, and then there seemed to be, concern with, consistency of code enforcement or lack of code enforcement. So I don't know, but noise pollution, those are two separate issues, but sometimes they could be combined. Because I know there's complaints about, workers on the weekends, and they're not supposed to work on Sunday, but they're working on Sundays, and people are trying to enjoy, their homes and their backyards on the weekends, and they hear someone hammering next door. So that is a new noise pollution issue, truly, that is kind of a code enforcement issue, but then does the code need looked at? So I don't know, like, these could be separate, they could be together, but I just want to throw it out there, because those both came up quite a bit.
So let's go at it from code enforcement, because noise is a code issue, complex. Your code enforcement practices right now are primarily reactive to complaints?
Yes.
Yeah, we're complaint driven
They're
mostly.
complaint driven, there's no proactivity.
Well, I think complaints, I don't know, I mean, was it 3 years ago? the
It's
law
not
passed that-
exclusively complaint driven, but that's a majority of ours come from
Obviously
complaint.
drives most of the time.
Well, I don't know if you have statistics, but what was it, I don't know if it's 3 sessions ago, the state passed a law that it can't be anonymous anymore, that you have to disclose, and I think that you only disclose the name if the person asks, like, well, who called it in? Like, I don't think you automatically, I don't know the technicalities there, but I don't know if that's, driven down complaints, because people don't want to be like, well, I don't want my neighbor to know I called them in. So is there, like, I would be interested, I can't remember before that law was passed, if, like, where code enforcement kind of ranked on the survey.
Maybe
So
get
that would
more
be interesting to see if there has been a change from a survey standpoint since that law passed. But, when your communities, your eyes and ears for a lot of things, but when maybe not necessarily on that all the time. So I'm not sure.
Well, if you want to file a code enforcement complaint with the office, online, they have a form. They will not react unless you fill out that form, and it gives your name, email, phone number, address, blah, blah, blah. What we do in my neighborhood is we tell them, contact us, the HOA, and we'll do it, because we don't have any qualms about doing it, because we want it taken care of by the village. And so it'll say Tom Bradford is the person turning it in, or Pat Ganinsky, or whoever's.
You guys are brave.
That's for your neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah, but you could probably do the same in the country club with your country.
So
Yeah, you can turn them all to
yeah,
to her.
but because it's voluntarily, I know our board members have stated it's so nice that the village takes care of code enforcement because they don't have to be those people to, you know, and I can actually see both sides of the code enforcement for that law that went through. I can see both sides.
Yeah, but Molly's right.
I know. I'm sure. I can guarantee it probably went down in calls because nobody wants to leave their name.
Right.
But I have seen before in Tequesta where many people call about one property, and rather than maybe trying to talk with that resident of why those things are happening or not happening, it was just call after call, and eventually that person got drove away. They left because they felt so targeted, but they could never find out who was making these complaints about them.
Well, they can now.
Great family too, just it's like they were totally like targeted and gunned off, and I could see that. Like that, it breaks my heart.
Ostracized.
I could see both sides.
Well, let me put it to you as two things. One, are you happy with your current model of code enforcement, which is essentially responding to complaints as opposed to having a more proactive thinking when you're sending them out?
Speaking for Tom Bradford only, I am not. I can drive, and you can put me in the front seat of a car, and I'll probably find 2 or 3 code violations on every block face in Tequesta. And some of them are nitpicky things, but there's some real McCoys out there that they're like, how in the heck does that not get addressed? It's not addressed because the neighbors don't care and nobody turns it in. And there's no proactivity by the code enforcement. But they're supposed to know that that's not allowed, and they do nothing.
So I'd like a discussion of that first, and then I'd like to turn to the issue of whether you feel you have an adequate noise pollution policy.
Yeah, because noise pollution, like you said, it could be a code enforcement, but then there's also, my head goes to, you know, we did the quiet zone, we're proceeding with that application, but then I know in the past we've talked about putting, you know, a landscape buffer along, you know, the railroad tracks, because that helps with noise. So that's like, that could be 2-part. It could be code enforcement, but it could be other things we could do.
So let's break it apart just for a second. So one objective we could right here is move to a proactive code enforcement model. I understand that right, it's more code officers. And from the folks who've done that in the past, you feel a lot more community input. A lot more code enforcement. So it's not an unmitigated good. It's good on one hand, on the other hand, the phones, but that's a possible objective, and I'll write it down and I'll consider it. Any discussion about it?
Well, didn't you mention construction noise on Saturdays and Sundays, for example, or after 5
that
o'clock?
could be a noise
Yeah.
pollution issue. And I know, I mean, I think,
That's in code.
oh, Jeremy's Wayne is currently looking at some, code enforcement, I think, as it relates to like construction, sites and stuff. So I know Wayne's starting to kind of look at our codes and seeing where his input is, which naturally happens when you bring a new director on, right?
Yeah.
Just like Jay's been doing. So I think a small part of it might already kind of be happening, but yeah, I mean, when it comes to like if we're gonna look at the hours of work for, you know, on the weekends from a noise standpoint, I think that would be up to us.
I think it would be worthy of being in the strategic plan in order to further inform you guys as to what kind of things are typical out there to help stop those problems and get things on the books before they actually become problems in Tequesta. Like The typical ones on a single-family home construction is noise, dust and debris, and vehicles parked all over the place where we can't even park or go down our street. Those are the top ones that you're
Yeah,
gonna
the
find.
parking, I think, is the biggest, and it's actually gotten better. Maybe that's because of Wayne, but there was a time where it
No,
was,
it's pretty bad on Gulfville.
and I'm never here during
It's
the
a plain
day,
fogger.
during the week, so maybe that's why, but that is definitely a need of some improvement.
Well, what we're doing is we're putting together, Wayne is putting together a job site manual, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna be requiring fencing, and we're gonna be requiring that they park, I guess it'd be perpendicular to the property and actually roll into like the swale and onto the grass to keep them off of the street. And so instead of being parallel with the road, they'll actually pull into the grass, and that'll be twofold, which is get them off the street, but also when they're done, they're gonna have to repair those swells.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
I
a,
like that.
a different way. So I think, like Molly was saying, and she had the inside scoop on that, but, because she had a couple of concerns about a couple of job sites, so I had shared with her what we were gonna be doing to address those. So I think I think some of the job site stuff is gonna get worked
Mhm.
out.
Well, in my day job, I would never recommend this, but it is something that works, and I'm not saying we're anywhere near the amount of construction like the town of Palm Beach has, but they have a 3-strike system.
Oh, yeah,
And
the
parking is even one of those, and if you get 3 strikes, you're red tagged, and you can't start until the following council meeting, essentially, when you come in and explain it, and hopefully. I don't know if we're there yet, but it works.
It works.
Yeah. Yeah, we bus our
Yours
people
truly
in.
wrote that plan.
Yeah. We had to buy one of those like buses, literally just to bring people in and take them out.
Yeah, that's probably not necessary here
No.
yet, but it.
Something
you're
to think
right.
about, though.
It got people's attention.
And it's like I know like I've, heard concerns with dust control from residents and, they should be, there should be a temporary erosion control plan as part of their permit. And again, is it correct? Are we enforcing that? And it's really all an enforcement issue. So there's, the construction site's one thing, but I know there's, like, if you looked at the survey, that dissatisfied was kind of higher, didn't rank number 1. But enforcing maintenance of residential property, trailers, RVs, boats, which we know that always comes up, and then construction sites, those were kind of the ones that, ranked higher under dissatisfaction on that portion of the survey.
What I'd like to do is have 3 objectives in this. One is to determine the impact of proactive code enforcement. That's not cost you all those sort of things. Second, to review noise pollution and control options if you can. And third is to continue to develop the construction job policies, practices. So it should, because all different issues overlap, but they're pretty separate things. Anything else under that, Joe?
Is that what you just said, Herb? Is that gonna fall under enforcement by where currently we have golf carts, e-bikes?
Well, let me look at it. It'll be separate objectives.
Okay.
They're separate things.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing, because I think it goes under this header too, is, I've really been racking my brain, can anything else be done? But of course, continuing to manage the growth and development is always a super hot topic with the residents. It popped up a lot in the survey. I think since I've been on council, we've done a lot to improve transparency, communication with the public. We have signs posted at sites which we didn't require before. We require conceptual plan presentations, depending on, where the project is. We did the planning, planning projects on Beach Road, the parks, the commercial corridor, I really can't think of anything else that can be done, so I'd love to hear from council if you could think there's anything else we can do to manage the growth, and because it just continues to be a really high concern and topic for our residents.
But you're specifically talking about how to make that growth more transparent to
Anything, transparency, anything we can do, and I think there's a line, I think there's a fine line there. Like, I've heard suggestions that, we should be posting every new, project application on the website. I'm like, should we be, I don't know, like, I think there's a line where you're really encroaching too much on private property, you know, developers, and so I don't know, I would love to hear what council thinks, like, do we think we've done everything we can at this point? Is anyone have any other ideas? Are we transparent enough? Like, just love to hear what everyone else.
When you say they're concerned about growth, is it more than population? Is it our population growing, or is it
Development, like from a
the
development
number of
standpoint.
vehicles that we're having to deal with in our village?
Traffic came up, yeah. So I think it's growth and development. I mean, naturally, they're kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, I mean, it's hand in
I
hand.
see the traffic comment, and you know, I started to really think about that one. I don't know even how we really help that, because we have new development that has been approved, but it is not completely been built yet. So we aren't even feeling the influx of that addition of new people in your cars, but we are feeling everybody else around us. So when
But
we-
there's traffic studies
I know,
that,
so when I hear traffic, it's like, I mean, how do we really manage the traffic? We are supporting everything around us developing as well. Jupiter, Hope Sound, the bridge being closed. Over by the moorings, they've developed more homes, people use that more. I mean, when I used to come up here, Southeast Island Way was like a non-known road. Now everyone knows that road, and Country Club Drive is now one of our main roads. So I mean, it's just, time has evolved. I don't know how to solve the traffic problem, because it is hard. I come out from First Pres, it takes a while now to make a left-hand turn, to find like a gap in the cars.
yeah, and I think that, I mean, that's gonna fall under, if it gets ranked and stays on the, you know, the mobility transportation header, that really falls under that. So I think my comment was more managing growth and development and the public, you know, residents' expectations on what it should look like, them knowing about it, and, like I said, we've done a lot to really aid in that process, I think. And I just didn't know if there's anything else that we could do.
It's more, expectation on thing is more perception, public perception than the actual expectation. And I've lived in West Palm Beach, Jupiter, and here, and there's much more transparency, communication, attempting in every means to get out there. You know, so I think that's just something that every municipality deals with, right? They say you're not transparent. I mean, what else can we do? You know, and if they're not looking for it, you can post whatever you want on the website. If they're not looking for it, they're not going there to check it every time. The only suggestion I have is, like, when we do the ordinances in, let's say, a newsletter or any other publication, we make it more citizen friendly, right? Because most people don't read an whole ordinance. If they see those many words in capital plus legal jargon, they're not reading it. And that's really just nitpicking, because what I've seen come out of this office and all the effort you guys put to get out there to the residents is really the highest level I've ever seen, which I'm excited to be a part of that. So that's not a solution for you, but, you know, being other places, we're checking all those boxes and more. So how do we really get out there, other than, like I said, I was handing out these cards, that's the other way, but it's not feasible for us to, every quarterly change, give one to each resident, even cost-wise.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of off the top of my head, and to our clerk, please don't bite my head off. When we send out the Friday e-news alert, because it goes out to different means, emails, texts. So technically, if a resident registers, they will get it. If we include in that the main agenda, 1 or 2 pages, like how it looks like this. So it has the topics, and then the link to the actual agenda, because there's no way you can publish the whole agenda, but if you just did like the main, and just add that to Friday.
Yeah, because they have to sign up to receive.
Because we can't also pick and choose what we put out. We can't say, oh, we're picking this project because it's coming in for application approval, but we can't do every single one because there's so many. So maybe if we just keep it as a general whole, put the agenda cover on the Friday bulk news, and then the link, so if they go, ooh, wait, why does it say application? I know that property. And then that's the only thing I think of off the top of my head.
We have the link on there already.
I know, but again, that's an extra step, but what if we added it with the front page? So because on the front page, I know it'll
like
say
actually
application
include
from da-da-da LLC for, and then it'll have the property address, so it's not too much legal jargon on the main.
So you're saying actually include the physical agenda
Yeah.
in it, not a link to it.
Both.
I think after 5 bullet points.
Not 500
you're supposed to
pages.
read it.
Yeah, who's gonna read it
So
all?
anything more than 5 bullet points, you know, you're probably lost.
Well, that's what I said, it'd be a
Half the
visual.
data on that. I think
It's,
70% of it.
Or vice versa, if you put that front, you're gonna lose all the bullet points. I mean,
Right.
well, I'm not saying it's a win-win. Again, off the top of my head, if we're talking about transparency, that's the only thing I don't think we do now is putting our main agenda list, like we see on the table at meetings, with those other announcements. That's the only thing we don't do now. But otherwise, we do everything else. It's on every platform. Our clerk's office is on every social media platform.
That's phenomenal.
I mean-
You can try different things and check the viewership afterwards.
So you're not happy with the link?
No, the link is good, but that's an extra step for people. So again, they're reading fire news, police news, events going on. I mean, you want them now to take an extra step. And in marketing, that's the less steps, the better. And when we're talking about transparency, what are we not doing? What can we strategically add or do better? That's the only thing off the top of my head that we don't do.
You show me agenda only though, not the back.
Not the backup. The backup will be in the
5
link.
pages
So
or
yeah,
whatever
so if
it
they
is.
look at this page, like when you come and these are on the table, it's usually 1 or 2 pages. And then we'll say, agenda item number 15, application from da-da-da LLC to redevelop this, or, and then that way, it's not picking and choosing which ones we put on the website, because we can't do all.
No, because then I figure, yeah, if you're picking and choosing, I feel like you're targeting, and
That's what I'm saying, we
do
can't do that, so it'll be for everything, it'll be for ordinances are on our agendas, applications are on our agendas, big events, like a big run, approvals are on our agendas, I mean,
Well, you asked for the ideas, and one can offer, let me just say, we'll just leave the gym and figure out what we just feasible and doable. Okay, let's go to the last goal, financial. And, the last year's objective was to continue vehicle and equipment replacement fund, and I think you established that.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, we set out to establish a vehicle replacement fund, equipment. We set aside, we get 200, give or take a little bit, $250,000 from Palm Beach County to provide fire service to the unincorporated. Our action was to take half of that and dedicate it to a vehicle replacement fund moving forward to help replace some of the fire vehicles, as we knew we had some costs. So there's 2 parts to this, and you guys have the notes there. You know, the next fire vehicle is roughly $500,000, which is a far stretch from when we first started out with ambulances several years ago. In 2019, I think we paid like $300,000. So that $124,000, $125,000 we've set aside really doesn't get us as far as it used to. And so, you know, originally, you know, we were talking about 2026 for the ambulance, but now with the ambulance 500,000, you know, the planned commitment from, you know, my office and from fire or from finance would be October 2025. We make that commitment, and that will allow for 24 months. And that will also, hopefully, we'll have accumulated $500,000 in that fund. It's possible that, you know, in 2025 it might be a little more than 500,000. We might have to eat that cost, but I think to have that conversation, everybody kind of knows where we stand. The other part that is, you know, a little concerning now is that, you know, with the surtax sunsetting, that's where we were paying for our police vehicles out of. And so now without our police vehicles going to be coming out of our surtax moving forward, you know, we probably need to roll those into a full vehicle replacement fund. And so the thought, you know, the one thought out of this is, hey, we need to have the main thought was we need to have a sustainable fund or revenue source for the vehicle replacement, not only for fire but for police. But, you know, maybe we look at 100% of those Palm Beach County funds going into that fund. So instead of 125, we put 250 into it. That might, we'll have to look at it. That might expedite the next the ambulance. You know, typically an ambulance is 7 years on front line, 7 years back line. So that'd be a 14-year stretch. We just bought the other ambulance in 2021, or I think maybe it's 2020. I'd have to go back and look at it, but it's about 3 years old. And so if we were to buy another one today and get it in 2 years, we'd have a 5-year back line and a brand new in the front line. So it creates some compression for the next manager. So I still think, you know, looking at it a year down the road, I know our back line is old. It's like a 16-year-old ambulance, and so it is past its useful life. However, you know, I think, you know, the maintenance logs don't show us, you know, in a terrible situation, and our front line is fairly new. So I think being able to wait until that target date, allow us to build that fund a little bit more, would be my recommendation. But, you know, I'll take whatever direction council thinks we should go with that.
So, do you want, clarify this for me, do you want a vehicle and equipment replacement fund combined as one fund, or do you want two separate ones?
I think we're gonna have to, you know, or you know, and maybe you have some insight, Tom, because you've done this before, you know, I think it could be either one. I don't think tomato, we can make it work either way, but I just think we really need to start thinking about the police vehicles and setting aside money every year for those police vehicles, because the surtax ain't gonna be there.
Yeah,
Now, I know a lot of cities will have all their vehicles that are general fund vehicles all rolled into one vehicle replacement fund, and then they have all the years, and this is when we're buying these vehicles, and we can do that. But either way, I guess my point with all this is just to know that we have to address the police vehicles moving forward as well, so.
Well, what we did in Palm Beach was to have a separate vehicle replacement fund and an equipment replacement fund. You know, equipment can be, basically it can be anything that's a capital purchase. You know, in computers, laptops, mainframes, all of that falls under equipment. But vehicles, rolling stock, I'd make the case that you need two funds to do that. That's my preference. It can work either way, but I prefer vehicles and equipment being separated.
Yeah, I think we're, you know, as you guys know, we're gonna have to rebuild what we've been doing, because, you know, with the surtax fund going away, you know, everything that we've stood up for the last 4 years we're starting back over. So I think separating equipment and then vehicles, and then have to make that distinguishing. Are we gonna separate the vehicles into two separate funds, police versus fire, or is it just gonna be all of our rolling, you know, vehicles, and then all of our equipment, like, you know, IT and all that stuff that are capital in different funds? I mean, we'll stand that up, or we'll make some recommendations to you guys, but that's what's on the strategic plan, is the continued vehicle and equipment replacement funds. We'll probably bring that through the budget process. We'll talk about what our recommendation is and moving forward. But I think that one's important to keep on the strategic plan, and what priority you guys put on it, you know, you guys can decide on that.
Just out of curiosity, could you, if you split it up into 2 or potentially 3, like let's just take Town of Palm Beach or whoever that does this, can you pull from equipment if you needed to for vehicles?
If you have to, yeah.
And vice versa?
It's called an inter-fund transfer. Okay. It's allowed for any municipal lawful purpose.
So you're not, okay.
Yeah, it depends on how you set it up. If we give ourselves flexibility at the very beginning and just say, like with Palm Beach County money, like, we don't have a resolution that we said we're taking 125 and we're putting it over here. We do that in budget process every year, but we know, because council said this is a great idea, let's go with it. We never really set it in stone, but I would hate to ever go away from that.
Yeah.
I mean, but,
Okay.
or you could take the, you know, set it in stone approach and say, this is the only use you can use it for, period.
Yeah.
And, you know, but I would say let's just leave flexibility and everybody work together and make sure we're going the right direction.
I would agree with that.
We'll leave the objective as is, and Jeremy will bring you approaches to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next one you can X out.
Yeah.
One question on parking, are you saying that you need to extend it 2 more years, or 2025, or if it stays in good repairable shape, you could extend it even longer?
I would not extend it any longer than what I proposed up there, I think, because then we start getting into compression going the other way, where we're waiting too long for the next vehicle. But if we wait until October of 2025, it gives us that 7 years, and 7 years in an ideal world are really close anyways, but I wouldn't push it out past October 25. So this initiative, me highlighting that, make sure that everybody knows come next year in budget, that's gonna be, we're gonna make sure that we're funding that. We should have the funds from Palm Beach County Fire set aside already, so I think that helps, so. But what, I guess maybe, and maybe this answers a little bit of what you were asking, you know, it says allows for 24 months, you know, right now the build time is 24 months, so like I wouldn't wanna, we need to at least commit by October 2025, if not sooner, to get that truck by then.
You can X out the next one, not duplicated. All right, the next two items are, Jeremy talking about, on this next decision, what kind of informational status, so go ahead about the CIP.
Yeah, when we came up several times, and I think Tom had one of these, is to talk about the CIP, and, you know, the surtax fund is sunsetting in 2025, and so we need to look at our CIP fund, how we're gonna, you know, when we came in, you know, 4.5 years ago, was let's find a sustainable revenue source to make that happen. That fund is made up of the surtax funds and the water utility tax, which is 9%. And so, which is about 200 and we'll say 250 for the sake of argument, don't quote me on that. Plus about 550 for 500,000 for the surtax funds. So we have basically $750,000 that make up that fund. We're gonna be losing 500,000. We're gonna need to figure out how we can get $500,000 set aside, $500,000 a year to keep that fund healthy.
Did you just say that the 9% water utility tax brings in $250K?
Yeah, give or take. I think
Give or take.
it might be lower, like 225, but it's two something.
So if you raised it to the 10% cap,
Yeah.
what's that, a 10% increase, 9%?
Yeah, you're probably looking at another 25,000 or something like that. I would
Well,
guess.
if we,
Well,
every little bit
I hear
counts.
ya. Well, I think, and you were here, I know Lori was here, you know, that the council had taken that away for a long period of time, and I'll say long period, 5 to 7 years. And when I came in, we were, you know, we're talking about raising taxes, and so to help offset some of that, you know, we brought it back, and we looked at the max that you can have for that water utility tax is 10%. All we did is brought it back to what the existing level was, which was 9% when it was originally here. So there is a possibility to do 10. We didn't take that route. The extra percent is going toward your citizens, you know, at the end of the day, because it's a, you know, tax. So just being mindful of that.
Just for the record, during my administration, we did not do away with the 9%.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hope I didn't
Cannot
imply that it
imagine.
was you. I didn't.
Cannot imagine why they did that. So is there a way to rationalize a portion, no, I don't know if I even want to go there, but the people that are in the external of the village, they're paying a 25% surcharge. And we're paying a 9%. Could we make the argument that the 9% of the 25% that they're paying ought to come to the general fund? Because we are paying it to maintain the village of Tequesta, so why shouldn't they pay it through the transfer of the water portion to us?
It's a good question. I mean, I guess you could, I don't know the legality part, but I'm sure you could make a rational justification to that. I'll tell you the other side of it, and this is probably going the wrong direction, but when we were talking about the losing of that extraterritorial 25%, we were talking about still charging them 9% though. So they were, even though they're losing 25,
Yeah.
we were going to still charge them 9% because the way that the bill read, and probably will read next year, is that you can't charge them any more than you charge your citizens that are here. Since they're paying 9%, we were going to charge them 9% as well. And so I guess you can flip it the other way and say they should be paying 9% right now to the general fund, but I'd have to look at the legality of that. I've never explored it.
Of course, doing so would mean water fund gets less money.
Right, so you're stealing
You're
from
still
Peter to pay
stealing,
Paul, or
Peter,
whatever that
yeah,
saying is.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, but it might help you in a pinch,
Sure, yeah.
temporarily or something like that, you know?
The objective on CIP funding will be identify alternative funding sources to supplement the
There you
offer.
go, that's good.
Okay, let's go to loss of revenue, homestead exemption.
I think that should be a similar wording that you talked about. Everybody's kind of aware that the state passed a CPI increase to homestead exemption. We'll have to look at that impact and, you know, what, lean forward on the revenue sources on, you know, and I don't know that it was gonna be the $350,000 that we talked about with the increase in the homestead exemption from 50 to 75. We haven't done a full analysis of what the CPI impact would be. I guess it depends on what the CPI is, but, there'll be some potential revenue that we will not receive because of that. So I don't know if there's really an action item for that. I wouldn't probably waste a 2 or a 3 or a 2 or a A and a B on it. I would just, you know, as long as everybody knows that we're just gonna continue to look at that and how it'll impact us, I don't think we need to waste any major initiatives on it.
I mean, that's just naturally gonna play out
Yeah, it
during
has
the
to.
budget process,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
so just take this one off, you think?
Yeah, I don't, yeah, we're well aware of it. I don't
We'll
think,
just leave it at that.
yeah. Wouldn't waste a free C on it.
Okay, water charges, issue with y'all
Well, somebody brought this up, I mean, we just passed it, you probably know more, or somebody, whoever brought it up, about considering walking it back, so I don't know if you have any insight or anybody has any
Just
insight.
wanted to mention, it says, you know, it's impacting a lot of folks on fixed incomes. And the question was, is there an alternative funding source? It wasn't like just eliminate it outside, but is there an alternative funding source that you could use to do that? And the question, the objective would be to review alternative funding sources to supplement it. Put it down, again, there's no interest money all here, but I'm putting it down.
Aren't there government programs to help elderly on fixed incomes?
Yeah, and Marjorie already, we approved, was it applications for those? I don't, but there was like at least two.
You know, the county has a program too, I mean, yeah,
So
there
you've
are,
got a process in place.
It's already been done.
Yeah.
It's true hardship for you.
yeah. I think, you know, and anybody can push me in the wrong direction, but, you know, when we passed this, or when we brought it up, I think the unanimous direction that council gave me and our staff was, anytime we can walk it back, if we ever get to the point where we have grants, other funding sources, we need to consider it. And so I think, you know, we're nowhere in that ballpark as we just passed it, but I think as we move forward, if we can, we will.
So you give them direction about
Yeah.
that. Tom, you talked about more staff.
Yeah, I have some other things. So, let me start with this though, cybersecurity. I noticed that in let me get my bearings straight, 2022 or 3, Florida passed the Cybersecurity Act, okay? And it creates standards that cities like Tequesta have to meet. And then in this last session, I don't think the governor signed it yet, but it's a bill that says, and it has a potential financial impact, is if you meet the standards of Florida's Cybersecurity Act, then you are, what's the right word, you have no liability, zero liability for any sort of cyber attack or loss that may occur by virtue of an attack, okay? So, so my first question is, are we aware of the Cybersecurity Act? Are we headed towards, or do we meet that? Because ultimately, if we get an attack, we won't be held liable under Florida law for any losses that occur or suits from identity theft and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
that can all-
we're on top of all that. We have a policy meets all that. I think part of our policy, part of getting money last year might have been contingent upon us being up to speed with that. And I want to say that even by 2025, we have to adopt that, but I think we're already in compliance already,
Yeah.
so.
You're right, it's by 1/1/25 it has to be in effect. So that's good to know. Do you want everything that I have, or just some?
bring them up one at a time. I mean,
Okay.
Jeremy can go, it's a process.
So nexus between, so I already mentioned that. You know, do you intend to like have a table or something along the lines of a 5-year CIP that says these things that ultimately end up being in the strategic plan, that we show the reader of the document where the funding may come from to do these different things?
I normally don't do that once the, in terms of like the link between strategic plan conference and CIP, usually that's then given to whoever the CIP director is, and they put that in the CIP plan as opposed to in the strategic plan.
But we do say, okay, we're gonna allocate 250,000 for this, and
Yeah, let's take a look at that when we come back for adoption. Maybe as we do that, I can make notes to where the intent is gonna come out of there. But some of it may still be baking in the oven at that point, but at least in the budget process, we'll have those. Cause you know, once you guys pass these initiatives, we'll come up with like, you know, some action plans for each initiative. And so, you know, I don't know that that'll be well baked by April when we approve it, but I think, you know, that'll have to be part of the task, is where are we gonna fund some of these things?
Come just, at least I know that in the budget process, that's when you take, okay, we have this objective, and here we'll come to you, here's what we're planning the budget for this year, if it's a CIP item, in your CIP review, this will be this.
okay.
I like not the strategic plan, because that starts to bind you down, so you're gonna do this specific thing. It may not work that way.
I think that's it. I just had one question for Jeremy. You don't have to answer it now. It's just, are the 8-man shifts in fire rescue resulting in one of the intended items to reduce overtime costs in fire rescue? You don't have to answer it now. I'm just curious if it's working out that way. Streetlights, that's it. That's everything on my list has been addressed.
You want that, so any items? Well, it's always done good, one is work. We need a few minutes of time to revise this rating form. And we're gonna, talk to Rick, if we can get it to him, he'll redo it quickly, he can do it by noon, so if I can go to your office and get on this,
Okay.
we get it revised. But probably, let's see, it's what, 11:40 now. Probably gonna need at least a half hour to get all this done, so maybe we can be around 12:15, 12:20. You want this here, you have lunch.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, my question is, should I be voting? Okay, so if Jason takes this seat in April, do you want 6 people voting? I don't know if he's voting today or not, but you want 6 people voting, or you just want 5?
I'm, you know, in reality, I'm fine with 6, because the concurrence, you know, there's not huge differences of opinion. All are pretty much similar. And I think it's fine for you to express, because you hold the seat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and express yours. I think it's fine for Jason to put it in. We can tabulate it. At the end of the day, after we've seen those tabulations, if there's some real conflict, then the 5 of you will need to resolve.
Oh, okay.
So I think, you know, the discussion that we had last year, or the direction that we end up going, was that, you know, the incumbent person who's sitting in the seat that's on his way out has vested 2 years of their life, and they should have a pretty good pulse of what the community has wanted and needs. And then, you know, the person coming in needs to be vested in the plan that they're about ready to implement for the next 2 years. And so everybody had an input. We ranked them, and you know, ideally the ranking, if you're the one of 6, you're probably not going to get the top priority anyway. So I think it all kind of works out and averages out to what the community is, and I think it was you know, from my standpoint, it's a good process last year.
And just for the record, I haven't voted as we've been going, because I wanted to hear that way, and now I know how to prioritize because I've heard the whole story.
That's the purpose of conversation, so you can hear.
Is Rick voting today? Like, is he filling out the?
He's filling it, yeah.
We've already got it. Can't look at it, but he's already filled it out. But if there's going to be a couple, I'm going to call him and ask him if he wanted to consider change any of his
I talked to
votes.
him over the phone.
Okay.
So we can get it to him by a little around noon.
Mhm.
We can go over with you in terms of.
All right.
Last year was a little unique too, because I think we had 2 people sitting at that table.
We did.
We had a lot of people, like between up here and over there.
So I met with
There was
Rick
some hiccups
yesterday,
though,
just so you know, I met with Rick yesterday for about an hour and a half and went over all these
Okay.
things. And
I'll just
then
make sure we hear from him.
last
too.
night, or really early this morning, he sent me his rankings, and so, you know, there might have to be some revisions based on the conversation, but we'll work that out.
Is that, you can quickly go through and tell you his age.
Perfect, that's fine. I just want to make sure we hear from him, and he's not like left out.
I have 2 questions, I'm sorry for the break call for lunch. The Cs are unlimited, you said?
Yeah, you can have some C's.
Okay.
And you don't have to use all your A's and B's.
Well, what were
And
the
there's
numbers
how many
again?
A's?
I
He
don't
knows that.
Two
see it
A's?
on here.
3 A's,
Three
4
A's.
B's,
Yeah, right
3
now,
A's,
not-
3 A's, 4
Four
B's.
Bs.
Change.
yeah,
And
and,
Oh,
Unlimited
So tough.
C's.
and unlimited no's.
Oh.
No, no.
If you're really desperate, you could swap somebody. I'll give you 2 B's for an A.
Oh, I like that.
Horse trading.
One more, 175 money, I didn't know in the, last thing we talked about, financial stability, if we need to calculate, or is there any idea of the loss of 175 money, with the changes? Or are we gonna wait till that kinda goes through and then make estimations? Or at the 2-year mark, it's probably a larger reduction anyway if that happens. I'm assuming that would affect the contributions from the village.
Yeah, so we have a fund that's set up, and we've been taking, I believe we had 1 more year left of those funds, and so that'll be part of the budget process. I don't think there's much that the council can do about it other than us from a staff standpoint, making sure that we're aware of it, which we've been talking about for about 3 years now. So I think, I don't think there's an initiative that needs to be tied to it, other than everybody be aware that that's, I mean, $100,000 right off the top of the budget that is gonna go toward the, you know, the police pension fund. So before you even start, in a budget process, we're down $100,000.
So, I didn't understand what Jason said. You say 175 is police money, correct?
So 175 is fire, 185 is police.
Okay, so why is it going away?
From my understanding is that in that 175, if everything passes at the state level, and we don't know how this is gonna be processed, but a resident could elect to opt out of the 175 money in their insurance fund. And the review I got was that the first year they expect around 25% they would opt out, and then from years on out, you start to get more opting up as high as 80%.
So this is related to what I brought up at the last council meeting, right? Where I said, I think I focused on when the guy made the presentation for the public safety retirement thing, I said,
But you were referring to 185, which is the
185.
police.
yeah.
He's referring to a new one that's, you know, still boiling right now, is that, I don't know that we're projecting a huge impact the first year, but I think we're leaning forward. I mean, I don't know what that looks like yet. I don't know I don't think the state, you know, had some kind of grand projection that we can tie to at this point, but, you know, there's another piece which is the 175. We may lose some of that money as well for the pension,
So my concern was they passed that to give the people a break if they wanted it, but so it ends up that they're not providing alternative funds to make up the
that's
gap.
state, Tom.
That's why I brought it up, we're talking about alternative funding,
Yeah.
for some losses, and,
Yeah.
That's horrible. I
Fun
mean,
stuff.
So, you know, and I don't know if it'll tie it all together, I know we gotta go to lunch, but, you know, the mayor asked the question to the pension, in which I sent out an email to, about, you know, they said our contribution was low compared to other municipalities, which wasn't a complete accurate statement. Our contribution to fire is relatively right in the middle compared to
yeah, I
other
saw.
municipalities. But because we weren't paying a full 100% for the police, our total contribution into that fund was lower than a lot of municipalities, because a lot of municipalities don't have that 185 money like we have. Once that 185 money runs out, which I think will be this year, you know, we're gonna be right in the middle. What's gonna happen, that 175 money, it's gonna, you know, every municipality will probably have to deal with the same thing, but our contribution's gonna have to go up to cover that money, for that you know, for that pension. So, you know, I think maybe that tied it all
Never-
together, but
Never
thank you for
end-
bringing that up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Never-ending assault on cities.
It's fun stuff. Right when you get going, then it's like, oh, no.
still liable.
Yeah, we can't turn the live stream off.
But I can
Yeah, you can
mute the
turn it on.
mics.
Yeah.
It's on.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah. I guess it's a, you take my question.
I think we're all muted, so I don't know, I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, just count them on.
Just FYI. It's not that you don't trust me, it's don't trust the mic. You want me to help you? You want me to help you?
new form,
Yeah,
so I just wanted to make sure y'all knew that.
just practicing.
Okay, I just didn't want you to go through the thing and then.
That's my cheat sheet.
No, it's, cause I remember last
It's
year, it
tough.
took me, I feel like I'm supposed to finish, cause it took me a while to narrow it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys try to do it now.
The bridge, the county line?
Yeah.
Funding for bridge.
Tequesta Drive Bridge had like 300 something.
394?
Kinley Horn, I did.
5
And
minutes.
there's-
Is that the chocolate sauce?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your lips are gonna be burning. Yeah, 5 minutes on that.
Yeah.
I got, I put it on your chair. Some of the questions was, it says village council, or the council member.
Didn't they all say that?
That's the format.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
It is repetitive, but I'll have this up sometimes. Let me do that for you.
Yeah, we'll just go with
Hi.
that because
Yeah.
it's a building department. Permitting for the
Yeah.
tenants.
Yeah.
Theirs is a little different.
Yeah.
Y'all can go ahead and get lunch if you want. There are chicken
The tenders are like
they're still cooking.
5 minutes before meal.
Thank you for doing that.
I know we do.
Oh, everybody needs air fryer.
I know.
I can bring them camping now. It's just so much easier if I have a plug-in or just
Yeah.
a little on my car.
Yeah. Well, like I just recently learned you can make bacon in the air fryer.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
it's so much easier to clean up. Like it doesn't like spit everywhere, you know,
Yeah.
like it's in the air fryer and it comes out nice and crispy.
Little silicone thing and clean it. you
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
Super easy.
could survive a
You know
little
what
while.
always cracks me up is that my grandmother, every time she had problems with her batteries on her car when I was a kid, she'd pour Coca-Cola on it and it would eat all that.
I remember that being a thing.
And I was
Yeah,
like-
I remember
A little
that.
disconcerting.
And I was like,
It works.
"Yet we drink that."
They actually showed, I seen
Lot of,
videos on, I don't know,
A lot of knowledge.
maybe Instagram.
Or a lot of education.
They showed those
He's on, got himself on midnights or nights. Really? Yeah. I said, well, that's weird. Why would he do that? I was talking about.
Do we have the new ones here?
Huh? Yeah, that's right.
No, he's been here, yeah.
No, but I mean for this meeting.
Oh, no, he wasn't on here.
Here are the new rating forms. Based on this morning's discussion, we've left some blank lines in case we made an error or omitted something.
New forms.
If you just want to start looking at them, obviously, you want to make sure we hear. Thank you, sir.
True.
3 A's, 4 B's, unlimited C's, unlimited no's. Every A will get 3 points, B's will get 2 points, C's get 1 point.
Lori,
Multiply
just
it out.
some numbers?
Yeah, I
Find
took
out
one
what the
from
high
him.
scores are.
I was gonna go make a
There's a
copy.
no
but he told
column.
me he already did.
Yeah, you're opposed to
Yeah,
it.
he's
You
like,
take
don't even
notes.
want on the plan.
Jeremy, do you happen to have the resident academies? Don't they do like a budget of some sort based on what they think is the most critical? Is that something that, as a sample size of people that
Oh, no.
care enough to be that engaged?
I don't know if I would use that as a full gauge, but this year it wasn't as accurate as when you did it or last year's class did, because we did it later in the process, and so we had already had a draft budget
Oh,
that some department heads, all their wish lists. So it was easy to give it to the Citizens Academy, and they're like, oh, we don't need that.
yeah.
Where this year I had to just basically kind of make up some things. And so I think it still gives you a gauge of where their first cuts come from. Like usually it was always like, don't cut police, don't cut fire. Somebody this year said, we're not cutting HR, they're third, you're next on the list. One people said, well, Greg's not here, we're cutting all Parks and Rec. Forget that, and that was, damn. So you
Well,
got
Tequesta Fest came up, I think, with at least 2 groups. And I feel like every year, like Tequesta Fest, with residents coming.
it's always
That's
one of the
always
first
brought
cuts.
up.
It's like, we need $100,000. Well, that one's easy. Let's get rid of that. But they don't.
It's
Like
just
you
funny,
tell them, it's
you
like,
bring it up every year too. Go, do we do it? Do we not do it? We cut the budget.
and like I say, like you talk to them and say, like, what are your priorities? Have those laid out as you do it. And if your priority is sense of community that we want, like that's probably going to make the cut. I mean,
Yeah.
it'll probably stay in most situations. So
Well, probably the first time they've seen the price tag associated with it.
most of the time,
I think not having them work on computers helped them too. I think
talk more like they seem like they're
Yeah.
Right.
more
Yeah. I think the computers were just a little bit of an obstacle to some of them.
Why didn't you use a pencil?
Oh, she wants to let the dog out.
Oh. I know once it was trying to get Brad for computers. Yeah. Oh, you can, right? Yeah. You can make that thing like-
I might change my mind like halfway through.
It's not a bad idea. Use pencil.
What's that?
I have some.
That's okay, I can manage.
No, we have some.
Laura, you get a couple because Molly's.
Yeah,
a good
that's not a
idea.
bad idea. I remember last year I was like,
Yeah.
scribbling everywhere.
More for y'all's benefit. Yes.
Did you tell me that Dale is winding down?
He has been since I started
Oh, that's
years
good.
ago. Yeah, his son is now with us, his oldest son. So at some point, I think there'll be a
The
transition.
new one.
Okay.
Did Dale have a brother?
He did, I mean, way before my time, he passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was maybe like the 80s or 90s. But they had already bought him out, actually.
Oh.
He was kind of the
Okay.
partier of the two. I think he was
Yeah.
a little too hard.
3 days,
Oh.
4 weeks.
Yeah.
or you
I
scroll
love that
down?
place.
I emailed you, Rick, the new
I still
sheet
go up there.
with your old
I go
sheet.
twice a
If
year
you'll
to
take a
lecture
look at
class
those,
for
there's a
construction.
couple new items on there and
It's
a
just
couple
so
of them
nice
that
to,
were
like, go up
reworded.
and
If you will
walk
take a look
around.
at that and see if that's, if your scoring holds up or changing
I
the change a
haven't
little
walked
bit.
on campus in years, I think I'd get pretty lost.
Let me know if it's changed, we can talk through.
And not just campus, like
Okay, so
university.
you're gonna stay on the line though and just work on that?
Crazy. Not, in my opinion, not the
Okay,
good way.
all right, let me know if you have any issues, but yeah, mute yourself.
How far outside are you?
Newberry.
Okay, so you're not too far. Is Newberry south?
West.
Yeah.
Due west. And we're the third fastest growing small town in the state. We actually issue more certificates of occupancy than Gainesville.
No way. On like single family homes or? Wow.
Is Newberry north of Micanopy?
Micanopy's due south of Gainesville, and we're due west.
You're west, okay, so they got, what's that other city that starts with an
There's Hilton.
Washington
Alachua, yeah.
is north of Gainesville.
How close are you to like Hale? That big, is not west.
Yeah, yeah, probably about 10 miles. I blame all the growth in Newberry on the mayor,
Yeah.
my son.
The ones that are already kind of, we're doing our in process and done, C or?
I'd give him a C.
No is if you're just like adamantly against, that's really the only reason you should do it. Okay. Try not to.
You're adamantly against it, I voted no. I, stuff
Says
that's,
no, he's no.
Always. I am aware.
We're not doing that. Kids will argue with me. Say no, you're still like, no means no.
Like 4-year-old.
I'm like, no, I don't get that one.
Yeah.
On, mean on.
Yeah. You're, you got the letters mixed up. My son, I
My
guess,
oldest, yeah.
he's only like 20 months and he's already learned from his sister, like if we say no, he just goes, yeah.
So what age do they start trying to go from one parent to the other?
Oh, man. So I'd say 2 to 3, somewhere in there. 4, that's like their primary strategy.
What did your mother say? She said it was okay.
They do that now. They go to Jamie first, and then say the last problem. Mom says say no.
Imagine
Okay, big,
Oh, they work.
I already look so
They work
defeated.
very well.
that doesn't stop till like post-college.
But James,
It doesn't ever stop.
he's my little attorney. He doesn't think no.
That's right.
He has good arguments.
Hey, there's always a gray area. Just gotta find it.
He finds it. He does find it.
She's moving and she'll like use examples. Like, but don't you remember when you did this? Oh, she's right. Oh, yeah, what do I
Nope.
do?
That never
That's why we don't
happened.
even, you're not supposed to take your kids on your past.
No.
On the study.
Are we doing X's checks? What's everybody doing?
I'm doing X's.
I'm just praying for A, B, C.
Oh, I know.
just as long as reasonable for your clerk.
Actually, that's smart buying.
What? You do A, B, and C?
Well, no problem. Just
I
that
write
it's
the letter.
easier for
Oh,
me
you
like.
write the letter.
See it
I'm a
across.
visual person, so I need to see my letter.
But they have a column that's supposed to direct you.
And then my eyes have to go all back to the
It'll
top
help
to
me
see.
count a little better.
If I had it my way, I'd have highlighters right now, I'm like highlighting colors.
that for a reason, or are they supposed to be open cells too? Like, are they condensed to one goal, or are they still individual?
I think that was just a type of thing.
That's both, okay, so we're individually ranking them, they're not being like wrapped into one. Okay.
Speed of trying to get it out.
Dale was tenacious in his day.
Yeah.
He would come to the council meetings. If he didn't like a code section, he would rant and rave.
Anything political in nature
Yeah.
is very opinionated. But there's also, he got really bad CX like 20 something years ago. Like, he was in, I don't know if he was in a coma, but he was on steroids for like a year. Like massive. And I've always been told there's a pre-accident Dale and a post-accident Dale. And he kind of chilled out a little bit post-accident. Yeah. But anything prior to that, he was like a wrecking ball.
Hell and wheels.
Yeah. He still has that side to him, but he's getting a little older. Chooses his battles a little better.
Oh.
But man, yeah, he gets pretty passionate about politics. I've never met anybody quite as passionate about politics.
Power went out.
And religion.
What? Power went out.
And he doesn't follow the rules and they'll discuss politics and religion at the table.
He's Baptist. His First Baptist, you know, that one downtown.
Family church. Yeah, it used to be First Baptist. Man, that's got to be one of the wealthiest churches. The amount of land they're slinging to Related right now.
Yeah.
It is crazy. Plus the Bristol, they own that. They do.
I've been in West Palm a number of years. A lot of redevelopment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Particularly on like the Flagler, which is the intercoastal, there, a lot of those old condos are getting knocked down. Very high end. Very high end.
Yeah, I've read where, you know, all of a sudden the money.
Yeah, that's why I got out of there.
You used to live down there?
Yeah, I grew up out west, in the Wasatch area. And I went to Carmel High School in West Palm, UF for all those years. Orlando, Winter Park for like 3 years, and then moved to West Palm for 10 years before I got here.
What years?
2000, or 98 through 02.
He's Philip Bradford. He's 34, so you.
I'm 40. I'll be 40.
Yeah.
Young gun. Actually, I'm good turning 40. But no, I'm 2 months, June 2nd.
Actually, 40.
It's yours, big for?
40.
I'm excited. I like. What's that? June 2nd. My wife's June 1st. I'm June 2nd. My dad's June 3rd.
Are you serious?
Wow. Wow.
Well, that's even.
Won't forget them that way.
No. I'm like sandwiched right in the middle. So
In your dreams.
I'm just gonna say yeah. 'Cause
I wish.
I don't fall for those tricks anymore. Man or woman, I just agree with you.
Right. Wherever you are.
What's that?
Whatever you are.
Yeah. It's just a number.
One of my most embarrassing and uncomfortable moments. Broward County, courthouse.
Yeah.
But no, he said these are all really visual.
Staff there. I was about to get on this elevator. My daughter calls me. Tell me she's pregnant. Oh gosh. I was so excited.
Yeah.
First grandkid. And I walk over there and there's one who's living on the elevator. I say to her, how many months are you?
Oh.
She says, I'm not pregnant.
Oh. And there's no way to.
No way I could get out of that damn elevator, you know?
My dad did that.
Gosh. Run for cover.
My dad did that with somebody at the city of West Palm Beach. He like saw someone frequently in the elevators, and for years he talked about he sent her flowers. But the crazy thing, and not that this is good better, he said I saw her later, and she had lost a lot of weight, and said something to him about it, which he like obviously was like, I don't. I'm glad you lost weight, but I'm sorry I had. But
Well, that's my hope. Maybe she felt like, well, I've got to this.
Yeah.
Something good came out.
well, so I stay very far away from that one, even if I'm 100% certain.
Yeah.
I don't say a word. Yeah. Well, that's not really fair. That was fresh in your brain. Your daughter.
Yeah, I
just-
mean, I was just like, I was just so excited to learn
Do
the
you
hard
want
way.
us to do the sump column?
No.
I have a question
Well-
on the undergrounding. There are two underground options. So are we gonna have, like?
I need you to
we're gonna
choose
decide on
between
one
them.
or the
I
other.
need you to choose
So
one.
we're gonna say rank one and say no to the other
Yes.
then? Okay.
There are two.
Yeah, me too.
We have to tabulate them as a group. There's no need for you to do that.
All we need to do is mark an X, right?
Mark an X. Count your X's. We will double count, so put your name on it in case you get 4 A's on it. Come back to you. Take off an A.
So for like continued sidewalk plan, that one's already kind of happening, right?
That's happening. I'll give you a
So,
C.
Okay.
Just got to continue on it.
Yeah.
It's a process.
Can I just read them?
Assuming you want to continue.
Yeah.
So even like continued funding for bridge, is that one automatic see that?
Well, you need to give it a C. I mean, I can't.
Well,
think
but
of it.
if it's continuing,
I would give it a C. It means you have the money. Continue it. Or you could say no.
see, I don't know if that one, that's funded from the CIP, but is it, and the funding the CIP is another one because that, a good source of revenue, that's gonna be right away.
back with it.
read the stuff, you're like, oh, it's organic, well,
It's like the golden rule, like
That's
pizza
a bummer.
fast
That'll,
food.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can't believe they put the calories on the menu.
yeah.
I didn't know this.
So it rates what?
So you just take whatever you're gonna drink or eat, and you scan the barcode, like you're buying it,
Yeah.
and then it'll rate it from 0 to 100. And then it will tell you why it rated it. Is it because of hazardous ingredients, sodium, calories, fats, whatever, it'll tell you the why behind it.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff, oh, this is the good, you got paid extra for this too, and you scan it.
Highly
You
carcinogenic.
have to walk all the way back to the back of the, and then take it back.
And you're like, hazardous? What? Come on. My kids are not happy when I started doing that.
I feel like they're always, someone will always find a negative for something, right?
Yeah,
Like, there's
yeah.
never,
No, you're right.
you see on the news, there's a new study for this, new drink this, don't drink that, do that, don't eat that. It changes all the time.
Yeah.
Block it out. It's the best choice.
Someone said to me, how are you allowed as a young kid to ship all your deeds? I know it's not the greatest, but like, I know it's making you, how did you cut yourself? I get that statement.
Funny how you got yourself.
Sir? It was before they had the little.
Yeah.
You have to get the candle.
Oh, we're going to Rockwood now, or?
Yeah.
We don't.
Are we done?
Oh, it's okay. It's all unpacking up.
We're not done?
No.
What's next?
We're real close. We gotta have find the results.
We're very
Da-da-da.
close.
Well, they are what they are, right?
They are what they are.
I know, they're all.
Let's see. I don't know how you young people do it. I don't have to get up at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh, I wish I could wake up at 6:30.
Honestly, I was up at 5:30, so I actually had to do some work before I came here, and so I was like, I was already up and at 'em,
Wow.
going through some emails, and yeah.
Yeah, you wake up at 7:30, you're already behind the day.
Not that I want to wake up.
No.
Hey, when you're tired, I'll go to bed. Don't tell me. I can go to bed at 5 a.m. and sleep till afternoon.
Oh,
You're free to do whatever you
You
want
are,
to do.
right?
You're free to do whatever
Hey, you
want.
earned it. That's what you get to do.
well, you're just turning 50. I don't get it.
Yeah, well,
Must have done well. Retired early.
yeah. Where do you want us to put this, Jeremy?
There you go.
Yeah, the recycle side's already ruined.
Molly gave approval to put it in the
No,
trash
there was
sack.
already stuff in there, don't even go there.
Wasn't big enough, you got it. You just realized that.
Not me.
What's up? Yeah.
Did I see this right? I came in the neighborhood.
Did you give her a rip?
Yeah.
Aerial golf view.
Take-
But the sidewalk is
Holding everything up.
Because where do you stop? That road curves around and then turns into the upper.
Yeah.
So it was like, where does it stop? And really, at the time, it was addressing a safety concern on that curve.
It's not as much traffic
Like
goes
West
straight.
Palm, have they talked about that?
Like, you're 60 or 20
Have
minutes,
you guys contacted
and,
that?
They're aware,
west, and you can
but no
stop
official
there.
discussions on it that I know of.
But more of the traffic turns right there.
In my opinion, I don't know the answer to it. I mean,
What?
to me, there's just a lot of unknowns still with all that.
Oh, it's just fun. That's those scary state bills, right?
Yes.
And it's surprising they do that because they usually don't do that.
Right.
So that's what's kind of.
Well, when they knocked down the coal increase,
You have-
they voted it down.
Most of the country.
There's
They
this,
were
there's not a
I
secret.
lost track of that one.
I almost feel like my
So,
confidence is sinking
that
because
was,
I
But
swear that
they did the other thing for,
Christmas lights,
I
they
think it
used
was
to
fire
land in the yard
too,
to make patterns.
for public
and I
safety,
swear
that if
before,
you guys wanted
like
to
a
go,
display to the road.
if they wanted to see a specialist
Flat.
for
I
workers'
think
comp,
it's flat.
for workman's comp, yeah. Like we only have like 30 days to get a
I
picture
know
of
I
the specialist, or you can go see your
Way
own
more
or something
slants
like that.
Yeah.
out
That one.
there. No, it's not.
But that was,
You see
that's
the difference
fine, colors,
between
no
a
one even,
slab
no one even talked to that.
I guess
It's not a big deal.
So maybe,
Oh.
so if I
Yeah.
garage, I feel
Had to
like that
re-
gap is getting a
Had to
little
redeem
bigger.
themselves.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's-
in terms of height.
No,
I understand
but-
on some
But
parts.
their COLA is going up for the FRS people though, right?
Yeah, only for FRS, but usually.
Well, you know, if they did
Pretty
want
good
some
at fire.
swales in the country club, they're gonna.
Every year that I've been up there,
The
there's
amount
an attack
of,
on,
a lot of the drainage in the country club just goes into the inlet and straight into the river.
never been
Fire?
here. Yeah.
Oh, I
Percolation.
know they've always, since I've been tracking it.
Of course, there's another chunk of
For everybody else, but usually they public
I
safety.
spell
There's
the
a
roads
pond
on.
that's
But it
built
starts
on
at
the
the attack.
country club golf course.
And then it's, like a couple of years ago, it was, okay,
I grew up
fought it
in
all
Ridge
off
that went like
with
this.
teachers and everybody else. But the next time they carved
Oh,
out.
yeah, so
They would flood.
There's
Around
always
the
a little
road.
bit of an
I was never allowed to play in them. I did, but I wouldn't want to.
okay, you're gonna get
Carved.
carved.
Yes.
By that?
Get it on from-
That terrified me. Like, these people are out there on like ski boots and stuff. Like, there's gators. They just sink down and float.
You know, people water ski up out there on between I-95 and the airport.
Yeah.
On those canals.
Yeah.
It looks weird, you're driving on 95, you look over, there's a guy water skiing.
There's so many cars at the bottom of that lake canal right there. It's insane. Yeah.
But there's a way, you know, they find a way. They don't have the nicest waterfront, but they'll find a way to use it. I just was always so terrified of the gators.
Yeah.
And it is true, if you go up there at night and you shine the flashlight. And I was like, whoa, there's one.
Hey, Jonathan Nixon at night? You
Oh.
go down, you shine
So
like
like,
this.
I don't like, I knew the kid,
Yeah.
went to school with him.
By Trapper Nelson's. Yeah.
That was huge when we were
I've been
kids.
told like that's
I think
kind of
if
where
you
my
were-
fear of gators comes. Like I
Yeah.
can't shake it.
If you were a kid living here when that happened, I think that put the fear in
He's
you.
in my class.
Ooh.
Wow,
Like, he's
really
wearing
new.
orange shorts. Like,
Talking about the boy that got golf.
Bradley.
Yeah, I remember that.
He played on the baseball team. My best friend. Friday, I'm like,
So Jason, when you said Jonathan Dickinson, you shine the light and see blah, 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 was that at the lake up in the campsite area?
Yes, if you go where they put in the kayaks up by the camp area, and you go towards Trapper Nelson's, there's little canals off to the side, right, very narrow. If you roll, but just in the main canal, you can the waterway, you can see some, but then you roll down one of those small ones where like you can barely fit your kayak, and then you shine. It's just the eyes. You're like, "Ooh, turn off."
Get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Battle faster.
Yeah. And they don't ever cruise by, but just seeing that, how many you don't see.
you know what? The worst part is when you see them and they go, bye bye.
Yeah.
Where'd they go? I don't like that part. It's like,
Jeremy, to finish answering your question, it's usually in arrears, from my understanding. So it's that collection of the full year, and then
Prior, from the prior.
yeah. So that would probably
Patrick goes back, we'll start
and
wrapping
would give us more time
Yeah.
because we're always a
That'll
year.
give us a year to plan on it.
Yeah, but I don't have nobody had any great.
Could they give me a year to reverse that too?
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't give them a year to reverse it, just the collection of it.
Yeah, we at least know where we're going to be going in the future.
Because unless you're unless you're just a diehard supporter of fire, everybody's gonna opt out,
Yeah.
right? Like, no one wants to pay more for anything.
And there's not the same push because it's not FRS. Bigger departments are usually FRS. So Palm Beach County, the Miami-Dade, they're like, we don't, okay, no skin.
So they didn't push back, that's why.
They didn't want it.
But the IFF didn't get involved?
So the IFF, no, the FPF, there's some that they're gonna happen. Everyone's up there making deals.
It's too late now, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, to get to that point.
Has the governor signed that one?
Some,
I don't think so.
So maybe he might be
Yeah, that I don't know.
still hope.
Yeah, I don't know.
rock. I thought a wall could be allowed, but I didn't know a fence could be allowed.
There's a unique code just for the country club drive.
I have a picture of the public works facility, storage and all that.
Well, we're, hey, Paulie, we always just take a quick look at your vision, mission, and values. Don't prefer to change those as long as they work for you. If it's taking a while, all that word editing. But do look at it.
I think so. I don't know. I'm gonna look on my computer right now.
Actually, I guess I can do that. Tom talked earlier about the consistency of your strategic plan and your comprehensive plan. That should really start at the vision. Because those should be not exactly where at least contain this similar content and direction.
On my laptop, it comes out right, Patrick.
Okay.
It's just because I tried to make this bigger, so I
Gotcha.
think if I went smaller.
Yeah.
So last year, we also added 2 values, communication and compassion to the value statement.
So, any feedback, that still work for you? Okay.
What was it? Did I see something about employees on there?
Yep.
Did it
Just go
say
down, maybe.
employees?
It does farther down.
Yeah, what was that? We recognize that our, okay.
For what it's worth, Jeremy, it looks like that on my screen.
Like that?
Yeah.
So does.
Well, it looks
well,
normal
how it
now.
did before, it looks like that on my screen too.
Make
if I
your
maybe I need to
screen
zoom
font
out.
smaller, and it'll make it right.
I do have really poor vision. And it's zoomed in. Okay.
I don't know why it would move like that, but
You had an agenda up earlier, Jeremy, is there, you put it like that, in case there's anything else you want to cover that I missed?
let's see. Hold on.
Anything particular about roles or responsibilities we need to talk about? I think that I often in strategic plan talks about, y'all's role as policy, as administration. There is some gray areas in between.
I think we all know it. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know it.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
To me, the last bill, what happened after this is I'll take these results, I'll go back and create a draft plan, Jeremy, I'll look at, after we get it. We'll have the highest priority items based on some cluster here, the priority ones, everything else is approved, it's similar format that we had last year. Jeremy will bring that back to you sometime in April, I guess. And we have the results.
What does it mean,
Oh, wait, no.
Jeremy, what does it mean when it says discuss pillars?
Okay, so
Those are
that's
those,
your original.
Oh, okay.
it's goals on his thing, but when I
okay.
originally drew it up before he came last year, I used the word pillars, but then he changed it last year and I didn't change it this year. I copied and
Quickly.
pasted.
All right.
Original. Results.
10 minutes. Boom.
Sticking together.
Thank you. Thank you.
What do we got here?
We'll go through and do a numerical tally real quick, just line by line. Position A cost is 6 points, so it's approved. High-level transportation plan is 8 plus 4, so it's 12. Let's see where that comes out.
I already gave them I already had signed the numbers. You said to assign each one.
She already multiplied the 3 and the
Okay,
2,
we
so.
just add across.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 18, so that's probably gonna be a very highest priority about West Florida. Okay. So then you add 3 and 6 is 9, plus 2 is 11 for stormwater. So 3, 5, 8, citizen led.
Or is it
That's
9?
9.
Where are
9.
we?
Implement a citizen-led petition.
Oh, the no, sorry, yep, my bad.
Oh, okay, that's my bad too, I didn't see that.
Master plan for, so with the master plan is rejected, we had 3 no's. They got 5 points, so the preference is the citizen-led process as opposed to master.
I don't know if he's got there yet.
So I'll be leading the master plan. Funding for bridge, 8 points. Future facilities plan, 9 points.
I'm sorry to bother you. I'm trying to keep up with you here. Are you,
I'm just
what are you
adding the
doing with
numbers
the
up.
no's?
Oh,
What are
sorry.
you doing with the no's? Nothing?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not doing anything.
They're not being calculated yet? Okay.
Calculating those.
Thank you.
But what'd you say about the 3 no's is not gonna be,
Yeah, 3 no's. Well, see, we have 6 votes, so we're essentially tied. But if you add the points, 5 points for the master
Right.
plan, it was 8 points for the citizen-led petition.
so is it, oh, we in there, all right, gotcha.
Future facilities plan was 9 points, coastal resiliency advocacy was 8 points. Sidewalk plan, 6 points. Railroad crossing, 6. So currently, we have 3 items that have more than double digits. We'll see, we've got the high-level transportation plan, state of Florida funding, to match that, and the analysis of the stormwater. Just how I look at it as I go through, I see where the highest points. We've got 3 items that all have 10 or more points.
Which was the third?
High
one
level
that had-
transportation is 8, right? Am I missing
Yeah,
something?
8 for that too.
No,
What were you doing value?
oh, I'm sorry, it is 8. My apologies.
Sure.
I have no apologies.
Yeah.
That's 8, so we only have 2 items right now that have more than 10 points.
Okay.
Should these all be,
What else is over 10?
The
I'm
continued
No, no,
replacement.
You're
It just
selling
used
them
to,
as you
yeah.
go.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
That one wrong.
Fee
Okay,
analysis.
so Remembrance Park 2 had 13 points, so that's our next item, had double digits. So we had 3 items with double digits. Planned tree framing had 8 points. Critical areas, 7 points. Beautification of Old Dixie, 6 points. US 1, 3, that's a no, 4 no's on it, so striking US 1. Those don't get points, but if 4 majority of the council that said no, there's all. Carbon footprint, 8 points. Golf cart policies, 6 points. Recreation, 6. Code enforcement, 8. Next page. Pollution, 5. funding, 13. So in top priority, all of a sudden, we have this, looking for additional CIP funding as a priority. Doing the Remembrance Park Phase 2 is for our highest priority. Stormwater fee analysis. And the Tequesta Park. The 4 highest priority items. Then probably what I would do consider, if I look at it, anything that's got an 8 or 9 would be another priority. 7 or below will be approved. All that's moved, it just give Jeremy some guidance about how to, as we go through the development that we can concentrate on trying to find resources.
Did you say that the last item on the score sheet, identify additional CIP funding source? Did you think or conclude that that was one of the top 5?
I really don't mind unless I'm misreading it at 9, 2, and 2.
Right. Is
Yeah,
that,
point.
That's top 5.
that's top 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we seem to be financially interested.
Now, just look at it, something doesn't make sense to you, then it's not talk about it.
I think I struggle a little bit with items that don't necessarily need a funding mechanism next to items that need a vast long-term funding mechanism, you know, for focus.
Well, I'm glad they didn't, I'll have something that need funding, it's easy to.
Say like yes or no.
But again, you know, how this gets used is Jeremy takes this, as he develops his budget, tries to reflect these priorities that, West Park, 18 points, that's high. He's obviously been good at his budget, the money to do that now, or at least to get it. Things that don't require funding may still take a lot of staff time, or energy, or effort. We have the resources to do it, but we just have to concentrate on the resources. So that's not only fiscal, but in terms of staff allocation, how you want to assign time, or make it a priority for staff members to do that. So the prioritization clearly has a financial impact, but also has just an operational impact in the sense of saying, some particular those that are planning things will not require a lot of money right now, but it takes a lot of time to think it through, get it ready to go. Even though I'm RFP on the queue is a time consuming process. So that, if you ride there, start at the same time with that prioritization, that's the overall resources.
Thank you.
Let me show what it will look like in a format before we take off. Let me show real quick. It won't be this is last year, how we brought it to council for consideration. It'll be in this format here. Maybe. Playing right. It's not registering here. Oh, there we go.
And Anybody see anything surprising jumping out at us from this? I don't see anything surprising.
For the underground utilities master plan, just because of citizens, there's a lot of citizens that have obviously inquired about it. And they're moving to a citizen-led petition. I think the communication or language on that is gonna have to be pretty specific for those groups that are looking for it. They're gonna see that as a rejection if you don't get the right information.
Well, there is gonna be a cost associated with that process, because we're still, unless Jeremy has someone that can do it, we might still have to hire someone to come up with the, approximate, this is what it could cost you. So there's gonna be some level of cost with that still too.
You will need to do the methodology. Petition, I have multiple petition forms if you need them.
So this is the way the format will come out when you guys see it. We will, typically the way that Herb does it, he takes the highest priorities, puts them in a category. As you can see, like move 8-man shifts. So maybe really during budget process, let me see if I can knock the top ones off. Then you got your priority objectives, which is the next group, probably the 8s and 9s that are on there. But then, some of those that were just noteworthy, they still got in the approved section, meaning like they weren't no's, and so they're still on there. We still try to make them happen if we can. They're not prioritized, and so that way everything will get a little bit of, I guess, noteworthy when it comes to this process.
You plan to bring that back to them in the fall?
I hope so. We'll play between you and I. We'll pare it down if we can get it done in the next week or so. We should be able to bring it back in April.
See what the goals say, yeah. Okay, well, I'd like to wrap up how I normally do that. I'll get Jerry, and Jeremy ask him to make any comments. Jason will go to you, and just go right down the line to the mayor. So, Jeremy, anything you'd like to say in closing?
I think it's great. It's good. I think it's always refreshing to have just an open dialogue and conversation during these meetings. I'm sure you guys can all appreciate that too. It's just, it doesn't have to be about, just could be random conversation. So I think it's good to see where council is and, where our priorities are, and it helps staff as we move forward. So appreciate the process.
It was a good, efficient process. I learned a lot during just today and speaking with you and going through information during that time or the last 2 weeks. Yeah, it's kind of it's a workshop. It's a nice, efficient workshop. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's always helpful to see it all in one place. It's difficult though to determine, which ones are the priorities. But it's always, I think it's last year. I think I found the same. It's good to see we're all fairly aligned on these. I think it's a good thing overall for the coming year.
Well, I don't know how my colleagues voted, but what I liked about it was the give and take and the conversation in the process. I learned, how Jason feels or whoever, just by hearing the things they say. So that part I definitely appreciate.
Nice to see you again. That's all I got.
No, yeah, I agree with what everyone said, and I do appreciate too the timing. I think it's great to have the survey done before this, because I think that really helps us, because I know usually there may or may not be people who have been campaigning who have recently heard, public input. We always hear from the public, but then even having that survey to back some stuff up that timing is always really helpful. So, and then since it's officially a public meeting, for the record, I'm going to take public comment, but there is no public here. So, okay, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
I moved to adjourn. Oh wait, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Can't.
Yeah.
So close, almost there.
Look at you,
Next
eager.
one.
You're eager.
Next one.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hey, but I like where your head's at.
We adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all again for the opportunity to work with you. I appreciate it
Yeah,
very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Herb.
Yeah.
I like that your first motion is let's quit the meeting. That's great.